尊敬的各位领导、各位来宾、女士们、先生们，各位电子烟行业的企业家们，来自新闻媒体的记者朋友们，大家下午好。
So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2019 ECCC Annual Conference.
欢迎各位盛情出席2019国际电子烟的高峰论坛。大家好，我是论坛的主持人程迅，很荣幸为您主持本次的行业盛会。在此，请允许我们代表主办方向各位的到来表示一份热诚的欢迎和衷心感谢。
So thank you so much for coming, and I'm your host Helen. It's my privilege and great pleasure to be with you here, and I will avail myself of this opportunity to extend my warm welcome to all of the guests present here today.
在接下来的时间，我们要首先给各位隆重的介绍莅临本次论坛大会的各位领导和各位嘉宾。
So firstly, please allow me to introduce our distinguished guests of today.
在这里，我们掌声欢迎中国电子商会专职副会长柳玉峰先生。
Vice President of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Liu Yufeng.
欢迎中国电子商会副会长、中国电子商会电子烟行业委员会名誉会长、深圳市海格集团董事长黄国平先生。
Vice President of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Huang Guoping.
我们掌声欢迎中国电子商会的秘书长彭礼辉先生。
Secretary General of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Peng Lihui.
当然，在这里我们也要把热情和致意的掌声送给中国电子商会电子烟行业委员会会长、广东思格雷电子科技股份有限公司董事长欧俊彪先生。
So please warmly welcome President of Electronic Cigarette Industry Committee of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Ou Junbiao.
我们继续欢迎中国电子商会电子烟行业委员会常务副会长、深圳汉兴祥科技有限公司董事长姚继德。您好。
Executive Vice President of Electronic Cigarette Industry Committee of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Yao Jide.
我们继续欢迎中国电子商会电子烟行业委员会常务副会长、深圳格林韵达科技有限公司董事长黄桂花女士。
Executive Vice President of Electronic Cigarette Industry Committee of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Huang Guihua.
在今天的盛会的现场，我们也迎来了众多的来自我们国际的行业专家和各位嘉宾朋友们。在这里，我们要欢迎国际著名的心脏病专家、电子烟研究专家，来自希腊的 Dr. Konstantinos Welcome.
International well-known doctor of heart disease and e-cigarette expert, Dr. Konstantinos.
我们继续欢迎来自美国电子烟技术协会的执行董事 Tommy Abu Welcome.
Executive Director of American Vapor Technology Association, Mr. Tony Abbott.
我们继续欢迎英国电子烟协会的董事会主席 John Dunne Director.
Chairman of the Board of UK Vaping Industry Association, John Dunne.
今天我们的行业盛会的现场真的是星光熠熠。我们要继续欢迎来自欧洲电子烟协会会长兼创始人、德国电子烟协会的会长兼创始人、德国电子烟的批发商 Dustin Dorman。
So also welcome President of Independent European Vape Alliance and Alliance for Tobacco-Free Enjoyment, Dustin Dorman.
我们继续欢迎来自德国电子烟贸易协会的会长 Michael Dubaj。
President of the E-Cigarette Trade Association, Michael Dubaj.
我们欢迎来自法国著名的电子烟研究专家 周真一先生，您好。
French e-cigarette expert Dave Zhou.
欢迎来自印尼电子烟协会的秘书长 Andy。
Secretary General of Personal Repriser Indonesia, Ali.
欢迎来自马来西亚电子烟协会的代表 Yap。Welcome.
Representative of Malaysian Vape Chamber of Commerce, Changlong Yap.
欢迎来自韩国电子烟协会的会长张孝振先生。
President of Korea Electronic Cigarette Association, Mr. Jin.
同时呢，中国电子商会的会长王林先生也正在香港机场赶往我们今天盛会的途中。
So, in addition, Mr. Wang Ning, Chairman of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, who is still on his way to today's conference.
亲爱的朋友们，出席今天盛会的还有来自电子烟行业委员会的各位副会长，以及本次高峰论坛的25家支持单位的负责人。你们的到来让我们今天的现场可以说是如此的蓬荜生辉。而莅临今天盛会的还有来自全国各地的电子烟行业的企业家、媒体记者、会员朋友们，在此我们一并表示热诚的欢迎和衷心的感谢。
So thank you so much for coming. Thank you all for your support.
在此我们欢迎大家，
欢迎大家。
谢谢各位。好，朋友们，接下来我们掌声欢迎中国电子商会的专职副会长柳玉峰先生，首先为大会致辞。
So please welcome Vice President of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Liu Yufeng.
尊敬的各位领导、国际友人、专家、业界同仁、媒体界朋友们、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。今天我们汇聚中国深圳这个全球电子烟最大的生产聚集地，召开2019世界电子烟峰会。首先，我代表中国电子商会，对不远万里前来参加盛会的国际同行、专家学者表示诚挚的问候和衷心的感谢，对光临本次会议的各位领导、嘉宾、业界同行、媒体界朋友表示热烈欢迎。本次峰会的主题是有关电子烟的健康与安全。电子烟的健康与安全话题，从电子烟产生到现在就一直存在着。为什么今天我们特别强调？我想跟大家回顾一下2019年电子烟市场的一些事件。2019年中国电子烟出口统计，这里头不含加热不燃烧的，62亿美金，相比去年增加了52%。2019年国内销售额110亿人民币，比2018年同比增长了175%。2019年全球电子烟销售额330亿美元，比2018年增加了106%，其中美国市场160亿美金，约占40%。同时，2019年，在美国这个最大的电子烟消费国，在中国这个最大的生产国，发生了几件对电子烟发展具有深远影响的舆论或监管事件。第一个是我国中央电视台央视315曝光电子烟，要求行业持代规范，需要规范。美国调查电子烟导致肺病致死事件，尽管调查证明是由大麻和维生素 E 引起的，跟电子烟没有直接关系。第三件，美国禁令调味电子烟上市。第四件，中国国家烟草专卖局 联合市场监督总局发布关于进一步保护未成年人免售电子烟信号的通告，敦促所有电子烟线上销售完全全部下架。所以说，2019年，一方面是如此规模快速增长的市场，另一方面，吸引了更多的资本和从业者蜂拥而入电子烟行当。另一方面，伴随着监管事件，电子烟市场出现断崖式的下跌。不光是电子烟企业，社会更多的各界人士、媒体，特别是消费者，都更加关注电子烟的发展问题。尽管里有许多原因和话题，仔细分析起来，核心问题还是围绕电子烟对人的身体健康到底有什么影响，是否健康安全，如何监管，由此导致电子烟的前景如何。所以，电子烟的健康与安全话题是我们2019年行业最重要的话题。我想，也是关系到电子烟行业到底能走多远，能做多大的发展问题，也是关系到我们企业要走多慢、要走多快的策略问题，是行业发展必须要解决的根本问题。当然，由于全球不同国家在治理体制、文化传统、习俗、生产环境、消费市场等等都存在很多差异，各国对电子烟的健康安全评价方式、标准和监管也存在差异。因此，相互交流探讨，寻求更科学、严谨、准确、有效的方法和答案，是我们的共同愿望。今天非常高兴能邀请到全球9个国家的地区的电子烟同行、专家学者，我们共聚一堂，针对此话题各抒己见，加深了解，相互借鉴，意义重大。在此，我再一次对远道前来光临本次会议的各国代表、演讲嘉宾表示衷心的感谢。健康幸福是人类共同的追求。世界上没有最健康的产品，也没有最安全的产品，只有更健康的产品，只有更安全的产品。电子烟不仅要为人们提供全新的消费体验，也要对保障公共健康与安全负有责任和使命。因此，使电子烟更健康、更安全，将是我们不懈的追求。杜绝未成年使用电子烟，是我们必须要承担的社会责任。在这个征途上，一个人可能走得快，大家一起才能走得远。为推动电子烟行业持续发展，我们今天将发表《世界电子烟公共健康与安全宣言》，我们将成立世界电子烟产业联盟，我们要在全球范围内共同探讨电子烟的产品质量标准，共同探讨贸易便利化、保护知识产权、保护未成年人不受电子烟侵害等等话题，加强交流。我相信，电子烟是科技创新的产物，具有不断创新迭代的潜能。电子烟行业发展，既需要不断创新和进取精神，也需要精工细刻的工匠精神，更需要对社会承担的担当精神，承担义务的担当精神。电子烟的健康与安全，不是说出来的，也不是管出来的，是我们大家要做出来的。我相信，我们携手，我们一定能使电子烟更健康、更安全。我们也必须要做到使电子烟更健康、更安全。为此，我也相信，我们电子烟行业发展一定会有美好的明天，我们也一定能实现美好的明天。在此，预祝本次大会圆满成功，预祝各位国际友人旅途平安，并提前预祝你们和家人圣诞快乐。同时，也祝各位领导、嘉宾、媒体界朋友和电子烟的同行们工作顺利，生活幸福。也预祝你们新年快乐，万事如意。好，谢谢大家。
谢谢，非常感谢刘会长。
So thank you so much, Mr. Liu. Thank you for your insights and information. I think everyone's totally impressed.
是的，我们非常感谢刘会长长期以来对电子烟行业的关心和指导。在刚才他的致辞里，我们听到了关于行业增长的诸多的好消息，当然也有一些更加严峻的挑战。无论怎样，未来发展的方向不变，我们一直是信心百倍。
So as we all know, only safety can guarantee the sustainable development of e-cigarette industry, and the development of the industry needs joint effort.
带着这份不变的信心和力量，接下来让我们一起掌声欢迎中国电子商会电子烟行业委员会会长欧俊彪先生来为大会致辞。
So let's warmly welcome Secretary of General Electronic Cigarette Industry Committee of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Oh Junbiao.
各位领导，各位电子烟行业的家人们，还有国际友人，还有媒体朋友们，大家下午好。我们昨天跟世界各国的这些会长们，然后达成了一个共识，就是我们要成立一个国际联盟然后都是没有一个人反对，大家都觉得这个事情是非常迫切的。然后昨天就全部举手通过这个表决离真成功了，就是把这个国际联盟，我们以后的话应该1年要跟他们怎么样见面开会，然后平时的话来跟他们加强沟通对接然后也达成了一些共识，就是大家应该团结起来，共同面对现在复杂的国际贸易形势。大家对于正确的普及电子烟公众认识，保护未成年人都给了一致的这个认识。我想这是我们为了从事这个行业的初心。我经常的反省问我自己，我们为什么要从事这个事业？为的是什么样的一个梦想？可能这就是我们当初所谓的不忘初心，牢记使命。作为行业协会，我们要带领会员积极走出去，引进来，不断的扩大对外的合作，持续提升国际化水平，帮助我们的会员企业取得全球化经济的发展。作为企业，我想应该帮助我的员工实现这个岗位上的一些成就，带动工人们实现生活和事业上的成就。这里对于我来说有双重的责任和要求。我既是中国电子商会电子烟行业委员会的会长，又是斯格雷公司的董事长，不光是要带领所有行业协会会员向全球发展，还要带领我的员工实现个人的梦想。双重责任，双重要求，是我不断鞭策我自己的动力。我希望我们的所有人员都能记住我们为什么从事这个行业，为的是实现什么样的一个目标。尽管现在国际形势有多么的复杂多变，国内的市场很难拓展，但我们要记住我们是在坚持什么，为新一代的消费体验，为全人类的烟民的身心健康。只要我们认为做这个事情是造福全球人类，是健康安全的，那么我们就会有无穷的积极性和动力。我希望大家要坚持，要鼓起劲，哪怕现在的形势非常的严峻，也要坚持我们当初为什么做电子烟，为什么要开工厂，不忘为人类健康的初心，为员工幸福的使命，坚持就能够达到成功的彼岸。为自己加油，为全世界的电子烟玩家加油。 为追求健康的消费者加油。相信我们是正确的。以前有一名人说过，今天很困难，明天有可能会更困难，但是后天会非常的美好。所以我在这里的话，我是重点的跟大家讲，一定要坚持。今年我们有一些领导当时是说这个年会还要不要弄，这个高峰论坛弄不弄？但是最后的话，我们还是达成了一个共识，越是在这个关键的时候，我们越要抱团取暖，越要团结起来，越要给大家鼓劲，给大家送温暖然后后面我还要想借助大家的手来感谢一下我们这个支持单位。这支持单位没有他们的支持的话，我们怎么样？今天不会坐在这里跟大家共聚一堂讨论这个电子烟行业。还要感谢我们的秘书处，我们秘书处在这一段时间都是没日没夜的。还有就是感谢一些会员单位提供的人，接待这些外宾也好，安排这些事情也好然后还要感谢我们的国际友人不远万里来到我们这边，共同来探讨这个电子烟行业。其实我们能走到今天是非常非常的不容易，有很多的付出。我还记得我们当初这个协会是怎么成立起来的也感谢我们王林会长跟刘玉峰，他们是最早把我们引进到电子行业，然后怎么样有了这样一个大的家庭，受到了他们的怎么样带领，然后我们一步一步的走到今天。然后我们2020年的重点的工作应该是在做电子烟的一些检测，把这些检测提供给了我们国家的领导人，让他们去看一看我们的电子烟到底有多么的健康，我们的电子烟到底是什么一个东西，让他们拿出数据给到他们怎么样，给到他们看，让他们看数据说话。现在我认为国家没有表明态度的，就是主要是原因是因为我们自己做的还不够好，我们还没有真正的把这些所有的这些数据怎么样反馈到国家领导人那里去。真正的就是说要做实验，把这些实验的报告全部递交上去。但是到现在为止，我们总算是找到了一个途径，我们可以递上去了，那我们就有了这个机会。我相信电子烟应该在半年之内的话会转好，这是我个人的意见所以我现在就借大家的双手，感谢一下我上面说的这些为我们行业付出的这些人，好吧？谢谢大家。
好，谢谢，非常感谢欧军标会长精彩的演讲和带给我们极大的鼓舞，谢谢您。
好，我的话讲完。
So thank you so much, Mr. O, and thank you for your eloquent speech.
正如我们的欧会长所说的那样，国际共识在这里达成，行业的发展在这里继续的推动。在欧会长的字里行间，我们感受到了行业的使命和团结的力量。
So from the speech of Mr. O, we have known that at this conference, everyone has reached an international consensus, and we need to hand in hand to create a brilliant future.
接下来，让我们继续为您请出中国电子商会电子烟委员会敖伟诺秘书长，为我们带来电子烟行业委员会的介绍及工作报告。
So let's welcome Mr. Ao Wei-no to deliver to the audience and make the report.
尊敬的各位领导，各位嘉宾，还有各位来自远方的外国嘉宾们，还有各位媒体的记者朋友们，全体的会员朋友们，女士们、先生们，大家下午好。今天非常荣幸能够邀请到莅临现场的每一位嘉宾。今年是我第3年在同样的地点与大家共同来分享咱们行业的发展。 但是不同的是，今天的参会规模和来自10几个国家的行业专家们分享公共健康与安全、规范发展与监管的主题，那么必然会载入电子烟发展史光辉的一页，推动电子烟行业的规范发展。今年是电子烟行业难忘的一年，今年也会是电子烟。下面由于时间的关系，我将会加快我的速度来跟大家分享我们的开展的工作和行业的介绍。我先介绍一下我们的总会——中国电子商会，经过30年的建设，已经发展了1万多名的会员，在电子信息领域是具有全球影响力组织。电子烟行业委员会是中国电子商会的分支机构之一，自从2017年1月成立以来，以引导行业规范发展为核心工作，制定了电子烟和烟油、烟具2套团体标准，在质量标准建设、引导行业方面做了大量的工作，是中国最具权威和实力的电子烟行业组织。我的工作报告分为3部分：一是今年委员会开展了各项工作；第二是全球的电子烟整个产业的回顾；第三是明年的工作计划。我们主要是围绕着这3方面来开展我们的工作。第一是引导行业规范发展，严格自律；第二，我们向媒体和社会公众传递一个信息：电子烟是新兴产业，是新的经济增长点。第三，我们配合政府部门调研电子烟行业，并向政府呼吁尽快出台监管政策和电子烟质量标准，这是主要的工作。那么今年最主要是发展了109名会员，比去年我在这里做工作报告的100名会员多了9名，新增加了3位副会长，他们是麦克维尔、约克还有河源，我们的会员总数量是368名。会长轮值是我们的办会特色，每月都有1名副会长来协会办公室上班，关心协会和行业的工作，履行会长的职责。与会员企业交流是我们工作的重点，我们几乎走遍各大品牌企业，我们是超过100家企业。我们也参与了电子烟的发布会，还有很多的交流活动。特别提到了今年以来，电子烟是前所未有的受到了媒体的社会公众的关注。我们密集接受各大主流媒体的采访，同时我们向社会和各界的媒体呼吁，电子烟行业亟待规范和监管，在产品质量、安全和公共健康方面急需投入研究和探索。我们不能美化电子烟，不能宣称电子烟是绝对健康的，但是也不能妖魔化电子烟，片面的说电子烟有毒有害，而是需要从各方面来全面评估、客观的看待这个新兴产业。今年从8月份开始，我们对全国的电子烟企业进行一个信用评价工作。目前我们会员有39家的企业通过并获得了证书。明年我们也会加大力度，呼吁我们的电子烟企业尽快通过我们的信用评价。今年开了4场重要的会议，分别是我们规范发展宣讲会，还有我们第2次常务理事会，也有我们全体的会长会议，包括今天这场国际论坛，总共办了4场大型会议。今年以来呢，国家相关部门密集的调研电子烟产业，我们电子烟委员会组织了多场企业调研以及座谈的交流会。在对外方面，我们也组团电子烟企业带领这个走出去德国柏林参展。今年开展的工作来回顾呢，主要有这5点。第一，国家审计署完成对电子烟产业的发展相关调研，我们结果都会报给国家相关的部门。 今年的7到9月份，工信部、国家烟草局等开展电子烟行业的一个调研，形成电子烟产业发展规划报告。第3就是11月1号，两部门的通告发出去之后，会员遭遇地方过度执法，我们也反映到国家烟草专卖局，这一情况也得到有效的改善。第4，广东省副省长陈千良赴深圳调研电子烟，我们是推荐了和源和环博2家企业接受了调研。第5，工信部领导也接见商会的领导，彭理惠秘书长，开展电子烟的检测工作方面给予了肯定与支持。下面我来跟大家分享一下，今年2019年我们全球的电子烟经历了什么，我相信是大家比较感兴趣的。那么我们可以看到，全球的电子烟产值330亿美元，同比去年增长了106.25%，全比2012年增长了14倍。那么依然排名还是英国、美国、法国、德国，中国是上升的。中国第5，俄罗斯、马来西亚、印尼、韩国、加拿大，这些数据12月最后一个月是预估的。我们也根据海关数据、物流各大企业的调查得来的数据。中国在出口方面是增长了52.6%， 62.6亿美元，折合人民币438亿人民币，相比去年增长了52.6%。那么内销呢？国内是16.1美元，相当于110亿人民币的规模，增长175%，这是2019年整年的数据。国内的烟具厂家占907家，深圳占85.7%，烟油厂86家，深圳占72%。今年的专利全球有28000多件，新增加2600多件，其中中国就占了95%的发明专利，整个占比就87.3%。电子烟在中国涉及到100个以上的供应链，就业人数超过200万。截止到今年的11月，电子烟行业里头，国家高新企业我们统计是51家。这么是我们评选为今年发生的重大电子烟的一个大事记的回顾。央视315曝光电子烟行业亟待规范，美国 FDA 宣布 IQOS 获得上市许可，中东解禁电子烟。美国肺病致死事件调查证明是 THC 和维生素 E 原因，跟电子烟没有直接的关系。那么第5是新西兰已经开辟了电子烟相关网站，帮助烟民了解电子烟。第6，英国的医院是开卖电子烟，这是一个值得推广的一个事件。第7是美国的调味电子烟鉴定事件。第8，咱们11月1号国家烟草专卖局发布了这个保护未成年人的一个通告，电子烟在线上是全面下架。美国特朗普在白宫会见电子烟代表，搁置禁止口味电子烟计划。那么这个会见电子烟的代表，那个美国电子烟技术协会的Tony就稍后为我们分享。第10是咱们广东省副省长调研电子烟产业。明年的工作计划，2020年的工作规划。第1，我们想发展60名的一个新会员。第2，拓展海外业务，积极开展各项会务。第3是我们要开拓电子烟展示交易中心，有可能在全国的1、2线城市率先来打造这个交易展览中心。第4是开展我们电子烟检测中心的工作。第5是推广修订我们的团体标准。特别是我们商会制定的2套标准，必须跟大家相讲清楚。这个所有的企业还不明白这个标准，这国标没出台之前，我们推荐我们所有的会员企业、电子烟企业来对我们的商会制定的标准可以作为执行标准。 我这里要跟所有的电子烟企业们分享，未来怎么做，很多会员有余力，他咨询我们，在这里呢，我也提出了5点建议。第一，我们始终把产品的安全质量放在第一位，在国家标准没出来之前，推荐用我们商会的2套标准来执行生产。第二，企业要有研发创新。要有这个持续能力来推动行业的发展。第三，一定要遵守严格不向未成年人销售电子烟。第四，规范宣传广告，完善产品的标签标识。第五，要有布局全球、拓展海外市场的能力。这5点标准，希望与全体的电子烟企业们共同来建议分享。最后我的工作汇报完毕。借着这个机会，我要感谢举办这个论坛会议的各个支持单位和热心的会员提供赞助。感谢远道而来的客人和全体嘉宾，感谢台前幕后的工作人员和义工们伙伴的付出。在今后的日子里，请大家一如既往的支持我们的工作。最后呢，提前祝大家圣诞节快乐，新年进步！相信电子烟行业明天更美好。谢谢大家。
好，谢谢，非常感谢敖维诺秘书长为我们带来的相关的介绍、工作的总结和对未来工作的规划。
So thank you so much, Mr. Al, and thank you so much for the report.
相信对我们共同的感受就是雄关漫道真如铁，而今迈步从头越。面对未来的发展，我们依然要奋力前行，再创行业佳绩。
Since we are facing challenge to the industry, we still need to joint effort. We still need to more efforts in our industry.
我们知道，作为电子烟产品，大家最关心的就是产品的质量和安全问题。为此，中国电子商会牵头成立了电子烟检测中心。这对行业的健康发展和未来质量标准化的推动，可以说有着重大的意义。
是的，正如同我们刚才的欧会长他所说的，今天我们这样的一个美好的时刻将会被载入史册。
那这也是我们行业发展的一个重要的时刻，我们请各位来共同见证。是的，接下来我们进行的是电子烟检测中心的签约仪式。我们有请中国电子商会电子烟检测中心的代表郭亚革，同时有请我们的各位签约代表，他们分别来自斯格雷代表、恒信代表、格林韵达代表、深圳悟星代表、爱卓一代表、雪茄代表、塞尔美代表、宜家特代表、卓尔悦代表和福禄代表。有请各位签约代表。
So here comes to a very exciting moment of today's conference, the signing ceremony of the Electronic Cigarette Tasting Center. Let's welcome the representative of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, Electronic Cigarette Tasting Center. So let's welcome our representatives.
好，现在我们看到中国电子商会电子烟检测中心的代表和我们的各位行业企业代表依然在我们的签约台按序就座了。好，请各位开始签约。
So at this historical moment, Mr. Guo Yage is signing the strategic contract with the representative of Sugarlane, Hansen, Green Sound, Relax, iJoy, Snellplus, Smith, Aspire, Jointech, and Flow.
这对推动我们行业发展的标准化，可以说有着重要的历史意义。好，我们请各位签约代表手持签约文本，一起起立合影。好，有请各位带上我们的签约文本。好，请把正面面向我们的前方，也让我们用掌声来表示祝贺。
So let's give them a warm applause.
为了行业的更加健康、安全的发展，我们 携手同心，一起前行。谢谢各位，请回座。
Thank you so much. And we have witnessed the successful signing ceremony of E-cigarette Tasting Center.
是的，在今天的行业的论坛和盛会里，我们又缔结了一份丰硕的成果。那我相信这份成果也有赖于我们的行业的企业家们、我们的专家们、我们的各位各界来宾，我们共同来支持。那接下来我们将继续为您带来的是行业专家和代表的专题演讲的环节。
So here comes to the speech of experts in the industry.
好，我们首先为您请出的第一位演讲的嘉宾，就是国际著名的心脏病博士及电子烟研究专家 Dr. Constantinos。他为我们带来的演讲的主题就是电子烟安全及全球电子烟局势和未来。
So now at this glorious moment, let's warmly welcome international well-known doctor of heart disease and e-cigarette expert, Dr. Constantinos, to share his views to the audience.
好，欢迎。
Thank you very much. First of all, my surname is Farsalinos, not Konstantinos. Konstantinos is my first name. Now, I really like your enthusiasm and your willingness to cooperate and work with each other. But I'm not very optimistic. And I'm not here just to congratulate you. I'm here mostly to criticize you and to explain what are the problems that we are facing globally. First, from our side as public health and science. And of course, from your side, because if you don't follow the public health principles and the scientific principles, you're going to fail. It's a product which is very controversial. The electronic cigarette is a product with a lot of opponents all over the world and a lot of problems that we are experiencing now. It is the toughest period, the most difficult period in the electronic cigarette history, what we are facing today. I'm here to talk about what we know from science and unfortunately how science has been mispresented and misinterpreted globally. A few things about me. I have performed research on electronic cigarettes since 2012. I have more than 80 publications in international scientific journals, mostly about electronic cigarettes, more than 60 presentations in international conferences, and recently I was recognized as a highly cited researcher, so it's a list of 6,000 scientists out of 9 million scientists analyzed, with the highest global impact in research over the past 10 years, from 2008 to 2018. So, smoking is the problem, and that's why we need the electronic cigarette. From our side, from the science, from health, from public health, the problem is smoking. It's not the electronic cigarette. And today, we have 1.1 billion smokers in the world. About 300 million in China alone. This is the market for the electronic cigarette. The global tobacco market is about $550 billion per year. That's the market value for the tobacco companies. You need to understand that this is what we also want as public health. We want tobacco cigarettes to be eliminated, to disappear. And I think that e-cigarettes can play a huge role. Now, why is smoking still a problem? It is a problem because we don't have very successful smoking cessation methods, smoking cessation medications. Here is just one example of the best medications we have until now. And unfortunately, although it's the best medication, the success rate is just 19% over 1 year, which means that out of 100 smokers, only 19 will quit with this medication. And if you look at the success rate of not the oral medications, but for example of nicotine replacement therapies, it is less than 7%. So out of 100 smokers who are going to take a nicotine patch, a nicotine gum, or a nicotine spray, only 7 are going to quit smoking. So the failure rate is huge. Tobacco harm reduction, because electronic cigarette is a tobacco harm reduction product. First of all, harm reduction in general is about reducing harms coming from a dangerous act, behavior, or exposure. For tobacco harm reduction, it is about reducing the harm caused by smoking. And the principle is to provide nicotine through a safer product. Because the tobacco cigarette is very effective in delivering nicotine, but it is also the most lethal product that contains nicotine. And everyone wants to use a tobacco cigarette in order to get nicotine. But harm reduction, and this is something that we need to communicate to the authorities and to the regulators, is something that we experience daily in our lives. Harm reduction is the use of seatbelts, because seatbelts don't make driving 100% safe. They just make driving safer than without using a seatbelt, less harmful. You still can have an accident with a car and you can still be injured or even die while wearing a seatbelt. But wearing a seatbelt reduces your chance of getting injured. The only safe option is not to drive a car. The same is happening with helmets. Helmets doesn't make motorcycle riding absolutely safe, but it makes it less harmful if you have an accident. The only safe option, absolutely safe option, is not to drive a motorcycle. But medicine is also, by definition, harm reduction. Because in medicine, only some infections are cured and disappear, and all the diseases are treated. For example, if you have a heart attack, part of your heart dies, and it will remain dead for the rest of your life. It will not revive back. So you will have the disease until you die. But what we do with medicine, and the way we treat disease, is to reduce the harm caused by the disease, to reduce the symptoms caused by the disease, to reduce the consequences and the decline in the quality of life, and to reduce the inability. And as you know, all medications have side effects. So although approved and considered safe, they are not absolutely safe. What we do when we approve a medication is look at the risk-benefit ratio. How much benefit will someone get from the medication, and what are the risks from the medication? And if we have a lot of benefit with as low a risk as possible, but the risk is never zero, then we consider the medication safe and it is approved. So we need harm reduction because most of smokers are unable to quit with all other approved smoking cessation methods. In addition to that, we have many smokers, and that's a global, worldwide phenomenon, that do not want to take any medications at all. They don't want to visit a doctor, they don't want to go to a smoking cessation center, even in countries where there is a very organized program of smoking cessation support. So, in reality, more than 80% of smokers fail to quit or don't want to quit with currently approved medications. And until today, the strategy was quit with what we provide to you as healthcare professionals, or you will die from smoking-related disease. Smoking kills prematurely 50% of its users. What the electronic cigarette does is add a third option, which is quit or switch. You quit smoking, but you quit smoking by switching to a less harmful alternative, which is the electronic cigarette. This is exactly the principle of tobacco harm reduction, and this is exactly why we as healthcare professionals want the e-cigarette to exist and flourish. Of course, by switching, you maintain nicotine intake. Now, the important issues for regulators and for scientists are mainly three areas. It is the safety risk profile of the product itself. It is about its efficacy in smoking cessation. So, if smokers can use the electronic cigarette to quit smoking. And of course, it's about e-cigarette use by youth and by people who have never smoked in the past. So I'm going to start with the safety and risk profile of electronic cigarettes. There is a lot of misconception out there. There is a lot of bad information. There is a lot of things that people don't understand, or they know things that don't really exist from the scientific literature. But I'm going to start with the big difference between electronic cigarettes and tobacco cigarettes. And the big difference is that there is no combustion in electronic cigarettes. You don't burn anything with an electronic cigarette. This is the tip of a tobacco cigarette. And you can see here the burning tip when a smoker takes a puff. It is heated at temperatures of up to 800 degrees or more. And this is where all the toxic chemicals that are inhaled by the smoker are produced. When you burn organic material, which in this case is the tobacco plant. On the contrary, with the electronic cigarette, you have basically evaporation of liquid, and the temperatures of evaporation are much, much lower. So the electronic cigarettes, first of all, they don't contain tobacco, and they don't burn tobacco or any other material. And that's why there is no smoke in electronic cigarettes, and it is not acceptable in the scientific literature to refer to electronic cigarette use as smoking an electronic cigarette. This is wrong. We either call it vaping or using an electronic cigarette, but never smoke an electronic cigarette. And you shouldn't use this term ever. Now, the electronic cigarette is basically a mechanical and electrical part, but it's also the liquid that is evaporating. And this is where everyone is focused in terms of the problems. Now, the liquids contain mainly humectants. These are solvents, but they basically are called humectants because they attract humidity. Propylene glycol and glycerol, nicotine, water, and flavorings. Now, the main characteristic of all these is that they are all approved for human consumption by ingestion, so by eating them, or even through intravenous use medications. They were not created for the electronic cigarette. They existed in the market long before the electronic cigarette was invented. For example, glycerol was approved for use in food, cosmetics, and medicine in 1959 by the US FDA. Propylene glycol was approved for use in food, cosmetics, and medicines in 1982. So more than 20 years before electronic cigarettes were invented. And of course, eating something or even using it intravenously is not the same as inhalation. And that's why there is some uncertainty. But at the same time, this is the best option we have for electronic cigarettes. There is nothing better that we can use. So I fully support the need to use at least food-approved compounds. What people don't know and need to understand, and this is a major misinformation coming from the scientific community, is that until today, there is no disease that has ever been linked with electronic cigarettes. There is no disease at all. If someone asks what kind of disease does the electronic cigarette cause, the answer is today we don't know any disease that is caused by electronic cigarettes. Now, of course, in the scientific literature, you can find cell studies or animal studies, which however usually involve huge overdose of the cells or the animals with electronic cigarette aerosol or with nicotine. But, for example, you see mice and they are exposed to the same amount of a cigarette in terms of liquid consumption as a human who weighs 1,000 times more, 60 grams versus 60 kilograms. And of course, there are isolated cases of adverse effects, which we call in the literature case reports. But these are not diseases caused by electronic cigarettes. I'm going to explain later why this is not the case. Now, despite the fact that you see a lot of cell studies or animal studies showing bad effects of electronic cigarettes, when you look at studies examining humans, you see benefits. That is why it is harm reduction, because in smokers who switch to electronic cigarette, you see health benefits. This is a characteristic study, and I called it a landmark study, which was published a few weeks ago. And it showed that there is an improvement in heart and vascular arterial function in smokers who switch to electronic cigarettes in only 4 weeks. You only need 4 weeks of using electronic cigarettes and quitting smoking in order to experience a significant improvement in heart function. This is huge because smoking is a major risk factor for heart disease. Concerning the case reports, which many use to show that electronic cigarette causes disease, I'm going to give you a very simple example of what a case report means. Case reports can be found for everything, for every consumer product, for every food product, for every medication. And characteristically, in the UK MHRA, the UK is the UK FDA basically, in 11 years from 2000 to 2011, there were 274,000 adverse reaction reports from approved medications, so safe medications, and there were 12,000 deaths coming from these reports. And these are cases from approved safe medications, which are also available today because despite these case reports, these medications are still considered safe. So this is what a case report means. It doesn't mean if someone has developed an allergy to electronic cigarettes, it doesn't mean that the electronic cigarette causes a disease. It is just a case report. It happens with everything. Now, an important thing to understand in order to accept the electronic cigarette as a harm reduction approach and policy and strategy is to differentiate between nicotine and smoke. Nicotine, of course, is responsible for the dependence, but we know for more than 40 years that smokers don't die because of nicotine. They die because of the tar, because of the toxins produced by combustion, not because of the nicotine. So, if nicotine is not causing the disease, then it is fine for an alternative product to contain nicotine as long as it doesn't burn anything and it doesn't produce the toxins related to combustion. Nicotine, I need to remind everyone, is available in medications. It is an approved medication and it is approved for long-term use by both the US and the UK authorities, even for lifelong use as a smoking substitute. And the reason for that is because nicotine is not a carcinogen. It has minimal, if any, effect in initiation and propagation of heart disease. And it is by far, much safer than smoking. And the same pharmaceutical grade nicotine that is used in nicotine replacement therapies in the pharmaceutical nicotine products is also used and must be used in electronic cigarettes. When you look at the electronic cigarette chemistry and you compare that with smoking, the difference is unbelievable. Here is just an example from one of my papers in 2014, tobacco-specific nitrosamines. They are one of the most carcinogenic compounds of tobacco cigarettes. And here we compare electronic cigarettes and the nicotine gum, a pharmaceutical nicotine gum, which have approximately the same levels, with major brands of tobacco cigarettes. And look at the difference. You are exposed up to almost 2,000 times more nitrosamines from a tobacco cigarette than from electronic cigarettes or nicotine gums. The difference is huge. Basically, you need to vape for 1 or 2 years in order to get the same amount of nitrosamines as with one cigarette. And when we look at other toxins, and we are measuring the toxins in the body, in this case in urine, and we compare smokers with e-cigarette users and with people who don't smoke and use approved medications, in this case nicotine medications, you see that the red bar is smokers, and they have high levels of toxins. The blue bar is non-smokers, former smokers, they have quit smoking and they use the approved nicotine medications. And the green bar is electronic cigarette users who were smokers in the past but don't smoke right now. And you see that the level in both NRD users and e-cigarette users are the same. So basically the levels of carcinogen exposure in e-cigarette users is similar to people who don't smoke and don't use electronic cigarettes. And that explains how low the risk is. And in another study that was published 1.5 years ago, it was found that the cancer risk from electronic cigarette use is reduced by 99.6% compared to smoking. This is a huge decrease. This is very close to zero risk. It's not going to be zero. That's why we call it a harm reduction product. We don't call it a harm elimination product. That's why we talk about a less harmful than smoking product. We don't discuss about a perfectly safe product. But 99.6% is huge. There is a lot of discussion about dual use. And there are a lot of reports by some scientists that dual use is worse than smoking, and most of e-cigarette users are dual users, and that's really bad. Well, this is wrong. This is not true. Dual use cannot be worse than smoking, and in many cases is much better than smoking. For example, even if you smoke the same number of cigarettes as before, and you add on them electronic cigarettes, the level of toxin exposure is the same. So here is dual use. I don't know if you can see the green dot, it's very small. Here is dual use, and the first bar is e-cigarette only. And there is no difference in toxic exposure. They are the same. So, and these two groups were smoking the same number of cigarettes. So even if you add on your previous consumption of tobacco cigarettes, if you add electronic cigarettes, nothing worse is happening. But what is very important is that most dual users reduce their smoking consumption quite a lot. For example, in a study that we did in 20,000 vapers from all over the world in 2014, dual users went down from 20 cigarettes per day when they were smokers only to 5 cigarettes per day, which is a huge reduction. And the study that I showed you previously, that there are health and arterial benefits and improvements after quitting smoking with electronic cigarettes? Well, they had some people, some of the participants, did not quit smoking completely. They were dual users. And even after 4 weeks of this dual use, the scientists also observed an improvement in these people. But the improvement, of course, was much stronger in people who had completely quit smoking. So it is important always to advise electronic cigarette users that they should completely quit smoking with electronic cigarette use. Another huge misconception all over the world, and unfortunately it is a very tricky situation which has influenced a lot of regulators globally, and they are making some very bad decisions based on complete misinformation. The epidemic of lung disease in the United States is not caused by electronic cigarettes. Both the FDA very early, on October 4, and the CDC later, they were quite late, the CDC, they have accepted that this lung disease outbreak, which has been called a valley, is associated with marijuana-containing products, not with nicotine e-cigarettes. And that's extremely important, because I think here, and also in Europe, these products are considered illegal narcotics. In the US also, even in places where marijuana use is legal, most of the cases were coming from black market liquids, but they have nothing to do with electronic cigarettes in the way that we know electronic cigarettes. The disease is not caused by electronic cigarettes. This is absolutely clear. In general, electronic cigarettes are by far lower risk. And when we discuss about lower risk, it is important to quantify, because a little less risky means nothing. Public Health England, in their original and the more recent report in 2018, said that electronic cigarettes are at least 95% less harmful than smoking. And that was a conclusion coming from a review of 415 studies. It was not 1, 2, 3, 5 studies. It was an analysis of 415 studies in 2018. So electronic cigarettes fit perfectly to the definition of tobacco harm reduction. It is an excellent product, and it's a product that we need because we don't have effective smoking cessation tools. Other scientific organizations, like for example the American Heart Association. The American Heart Association said in 2014 something very simple, that if a patient has failed or refuses to quit using smoking cessation medications and wishes to use an electronic cigarette, it is reasonable to support the attempt. So it is reasonable to support someone who wants to use an electronic cigarette to quit smoking. The National Academy of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine said in 2018, basically, after reviewing again all the evidence, that the e-cigarette aerosol contains by far less lower levels of toxins compared to tobacco cigarettes, and studies both in animal cells, toxicology study, but also human studies, suggest that they are likely to be less harmful than smoking, far less harmful than smoking. Now we're going to efficacy. Another misconception among the regulators and the scientific community is that electronic cigarettes don't help people quit smoking, or they even prevent. We've also heard that they prevent smoking cessation. Complete misinformation. And here are data. For example, we did a study 2 years ago in Greece, and we found that 62% of vapers in Greece, 5% of the population is using an electronic cigarette, and 62.2% of them have quit smoking. And only 1.5% of vapers have never smoked in their life. And we found that being a daily e-cigarette user increases your chances of having quit smoking by 11 times. 11 times higher chance of quitting if you are a daily e-cigarette user compared to not using electronic cigarettes. So they are helping quite a lot. And that's a population study, a population representative sample. In Europe, a study is going to be published very soon, in the next few days or a couple of weeks, I hope. In being a daily e-cigarette user increases your chance of quitting smoking by 5 times. Again, huge difference. And even in a randomized control trial, which was published last year, electronic cigarettes were 2 times more effective than nicotine replacement therapies in smoking cessation over 1 year, which is huge. In the UK, electronic cigarettes are the most effective smoking cessation intervention in stop smoking services, because this is very important. In the United Kingdom, electronic cigarettes are used by healthcare professionals as smoking cessation tools. That's very different from the situation in the US, very different from the disaster in Asia, India, Hong Kong, Thailand, Singapore. It's very different even from the situation in Europe, with the exception of UK and maybe France. In the UK, they use the electronic cigarette in stop smoking, in smoking cessation services, which are government funded. Electronic cigarettes are not used by non-smoking adults. If you look at the UK, in the UK, only 0.2% of never smokers are using electronic cigarettes regularly. The same proportion also we found in Greece. Only 0.2% of never smokers were using electronic cigarettes regularly. And if you look in Europe, again it's the same. This is a Eurobarometer data. Only 0.2% of never smokers use electronic cigarettes. And if you look at daily nicotine use, it's much lower. It's less than 0.1% of never smokers using a nicotine-containing electronic cigarette daily. So it's basically zero. And that's what we want from a public health perspective. Now, about electronic cigarette use by youth. Electronic cigarette use by youth has increased, but the important thing is use by non-smoking youth, by young people who have never smoked. And these are not my data, these are official US data from the CDC. NYTS is the National Youth Tobacco Survey performed by the CDC. And if you look at daily use by non-smoking adolescents, it is 0.2%. In 2018, it has gone up, but it's 0.5%. Again, it's quite low. Of course, it is not acceptable. Of course, it is a problem, especially with some companies which have made some very aggressive campaigns, marketing campaigns, and that has created a lot of concerns and major problems. This is the main source of almost all problems of the e-cigarette worldwide, the use by youth. But still, the data are not concerning and they don't show an epidemic of use of electronic cigarettes by youth, because regular use is very rare and is mostly confined among youth who have smoked or are smoking cigarettes. And that's extremely important. At the same time, during the period that e-cigarette experimentation among youth has increased, because it's mostly experimentation, the United States have experienced the strongest and the fastest decline in smoking rates ever. And you see the very fast rate of reduction of smoking rates after 2010, so after electronic cigarettes became popular. And if you look at numbers, in the US, there is no smoking among youth. This is any past 30 days smoking. This includes kids who have taken one puff over the last 30 days. So, and it is minimal, it's almost zero. This is a smoke-free generation in the United States. And this explains why this get away to smoking effect that people say that is caused by electronic cigarette is nonsense. It is impossible for electronic cigarettes to get away to smoking and experience such a huge drops in smoking rates. It cannot happen. These numbers, which are official CDC numbers, completely reject the get away to smoking theory. In the UK, we have the same situation. A regular electronic cigarette use by never smoking kids is extremely rare, and they understand that, and the authorities there are willing to accept that. Now, the future prospects of electronic cigarettes. As I told you, the market today is zero. You have how much? 20, 30, maybe 40 million vapers worldwide, and not all of them are regular vapers. The market is to substitute the tobacco cigarette, which is 1.1 billion smokers. The $6 or $7 billion market value is zero compared to the $500 billion tobacco market. And this is the market for electronic cigarettes, not only for you and for your profits, because I'm a scientist, I don't care about your profits, but for public health. We want to eliminate smoking, and electronic cigarette is going to be, and hopefully it will be, the major tool, a very important tool in eliminating smoking all over the world. But what we need in order for the electronic cigarette to be prosperous in the future is appropriate regulation and a responsible industry, which I'm sorry to say, you have never been a responsible industry. You need to understand that. And I'm not talking only about the Chinese industry. I'm talking about the global industry, because there is industry also, especially with e-liquid manufacturing, all over the world. You have been one of the most irresponsible industries I have ever experienced in my life. That's the truth, whether you like it or not. And you need to change that. Otherwise, you're going to fail. Appropriate regulation, of course, is needed, but appropriate regulation doesn't mean restrictions, doesn't mean bans. It is a sad situation to look at India, for example, a country with the highest rates of oral cancer in the world because of filthy, very toxic oral tobacco products. And what they have done is ban the safest alternative they can have. It is so ironic and so irrational, you can't even comment on that. Now, the regulation should have the following aspects. And I'm now going to present you mainly what the European Union has done, because the European Union is the only region in the world today with comprehensive regulation on electronic cigarettes since 2016, and it has worked very well. Now, the first thing is to ensure product quality. I'm really glad that speakers before me discussed about product standards, and you signed the testing facilities and testing center for electronic cigarettes. But how are you going to do that? You are businessmen. You need scientists, and you need scientists who know what the electronic cigarette is. And they don't exist, believe me. I know all of the scientists personally who have experience in electronic cigarette research. Who is going to run the testing facility? With what kind of expertise are they going to run it? What are they going to test? Why are they going to test the X, the Y, and not the A, the B? And what is the strategy and the plan? Produce what kind of data and use them how? You need to think about that. Because you may be perfect businessmen, but if you look at the big tobacco companies, the big tobacco companies have billionaires as CEOs, but they have an army of scientists. It is an army of scientists. The budget, the science budget for Philip Morris alone is $500 million per year. And they make one heated tobacco product and tobacco cigarettes. They don't have 100 flavors or 100 different atomizers and battery devices which create millions of combinations. And they have a budget of $500 million for science alone. It's not the CEO who is doing the science. They have dedicated facilities and they have dedicated scientists who are paid huge amounts of money to do the work. And they know very well what they're doing. I can tell you that in China, you don't have a single scientist who knows what the electronic cigarette is. Even in Europe, there is a very small number of scientists who know what it is. In the US, it's the same. Very few people have done work, have been working consistently in the field of electronic cigarettes. And very few people understand really what the electronic cigarette is. The marketing part of the regulation. It is important to promote electronic cigarettes only to the people that we want from a health perspective to use electronic cigarettes. And that is smokers only. Not to never smokers as a new trendy habit, not to kids, and we have seen failed promotion that has created all the problems that everyone is facing today. We must make sure, and I'm going to have a slide about taxation later, because price is a major issue. We must make sure that electronic cigarettes have a competitive advantage against smoking, against tobacco cigarettes, in terms of price, in terms of availability, and in terms of accessibility. I was very disappointed by the decision of the Chinese government to ban internet sales. Why? Because in China, as in every other country in the world, the easiest thing you can find to buy is tobacco cigarettes. Just walk on the street, and within 100, 200 meters, you will find a place to buy tobacco cigarettes. This is not the case with electronic cigarettes. And internet sales is a major tool to improve the access of smokers in remote areas to these products. And China is a huge country, of course, with a huge population of smokers. Now, instead of increasing the access to the less harmful product, we are seeing, not only in China, but all over the world, that the most lethal product is the easiest to have access to, which doesn't make sense. This is a paradox. The regulation should ensure that research is promoted, that population use is monitored to examine who is the electronic cigarette user. Is it a smoker? Is it a non-smoker? And of course, research should also focus on developing better and safer products. And the regulation should make sure that this is happening. In 3 words, the regulation should be reasonable, risk proportionate, and realistic. And it should be different from the regulation of tobacco cigarettes, because it is extremely clear to make this differentiation. It is important to properly inform the population, and especially smokers, about the lower risk potential of electronic cigarettes. The regulatory recommendations are that they should be regulated as consumer products. Forget the medicinal regulation, it's a disaster. It costs so much that you're just going to make very few products which are going to be useless. We don't need another nicotine replacement therapy. Nicotine replacement therapies have failed. Excuse me. Flavors. A major problem that we are facing globally is flavors. There was an imminent ban in the US. Hopefully this has been avoided. But they are now starting in Europe to ban flavors. In Denmark, there is an imminent ban on flavors coming. Without flavors, there is no electronic cigarette. I hope you understand that. No one wants to vape tobacco only, and no one wants to vape, of course, a flavorless liquid. Flavors are only the third most popular reason for electronic cigarette use in youth, in US youth, according to 2019 data. But it is extremely important for adult smokers. Here is a study that we did in 2013 showing what adults who have quit smoking with electronic cigarettes are using. And if you look closely, tobacco is only the third most popular choice. Most of people use fruit and sweet flavors. Tobacco is the third option. Nicotine. It is important to emphasize to everyone, because there is a major misconception in the population and among regulators, that nicotine has minimal risk. Very, very low risk. But smokers need nicotine in order to quit. We need to have electronic cigarettes that deliver enough nicotine for a smoker. If you try to reduce nicotine delivery, you're just making an ineffective product that is going to fail. In fact, the more the nicotine in the liquid, the lower the consumption of liquid per day, and the safer the electronic cigarette use. You have to understand that. Every smoker is programmed to obtain a specific amount of nicotine. If you don't give him a liquid with high enough levels of nicotine, they will simply consume more to get the amount of nicotine that they need. And because the amount of toxins in the e-cigarette vapor is directly related to liquid consumption, the more liquid you consume, the more the toxin exposure you're going to have. And in my opinion, the European Union limit of 20 milligrams per milliliter is not enough. It's too low, and it has prevented some smokers from successfully quitting smoking. Advertising and marketing should be regulated and controlled, but not banned. This is very important. If you don't present the product to the smoker will never know that there is a safer alternative there. But it should be done in a very careful and a very responsible way, like the way it is being done in the EU, but not like the way it was done in the United States. Taxing. There is a lot of discussion all over the world about taxation. Seriously, as a scientist, not in economics, but in health and medicine, I don't understand how can someone justify taxing a product which causes public health benefit, not harm, benefit. If you look at the table, you will see that in the US, and that's data from the US, but the same is happening in Europe, the vast majority of regular cigarette users, more than 85–90%, are smokers, current or former smokers. This means that there is a public health benefit from using electronic cigarettes in the population. Now, the excise tax, which is also called the sin tax, is applied to products that cause public health harm. And it exists because products cause public health harm. For example, alcohol and tobacco cause disease. Fossil fuel, petrol, gas, they cause environmental pollution and disease through the environmental pollution. And that's why there is an excise tax. Smoking will eventually, whether the industry or the governments want it or not, over many years, it will completely eliminate. It will disappear. What we want to do with electronic cigarettes is to greatly accelerate the elimination of smoking, so it happens sooner, and at the same time, the government should understand that they will eliminate smoking by creating a new business sector, which means a multi-billion-dollar industry with huge export capacities for countries like China, a reduction in health expenditure and social expenditure because of the reduction in smoking, and you are having a smoking cessation aid that is not funded by the government. You know, in the UK or in Europe, we have smoking cessation centers, we give medications, they cost a lot of money to the government, to the taxpayer. The electronic cigarette is a self-funded by the smoker smoking cessation tool. The smoker pays for the product, and the government is getting money from it through taxes or through exports and through the economic development. So, in my opinion, and from a public health perspective, there is no reason and no justification to tax electronic cigarettes. Instead, they should be promoted. Another reason for avoiding taxation is that the electronic cigarette, being a technology product, is much more expensive to produce than tobacco cigarettes. Tobacco cigarettes is the cheapest thing you can make ever. So, I spoke previously about the competitive advantage that electronic cigarettes should have compared to tobacco cigarettes, and price is a major incentive for a smoker to switch to electronic cigarette use. So, you can have a combined public health and economic benefit for a government without taxing the electronic cigarette. Several countries in the world are lifting the bans. They had bans on the sales of nicotine-containing electronic cigarettes, and nicotine-free electronic cigarette is useless for a smoker. You need to understand that. And countries like New Zealand, Canada, and Switzerland, which had banned in the past electronic cigarettes with nicotine, are now lifting the bans, and they are now considering that the electronic cigarette will play a key role in making their country smoke-free. But what is even more important is in the UK. And what you see here is photos of vape shops that have been launched inside hospitals. And I'm not talking about the area around the hospital. I'm talking about inside the building of a hospital. And you see here characteristically two pictures. They are inside the building. This is progressive thinking, and this is where government and health officials are so open-minded that they are just looking at the data and the science in an unbiased and balanced way, and they think that electronic cigarettes have such an important role in smoking cessation that this is how they promote it. They provide unrestricted access to the smoker even inside the hospitals. But, as I said before, the industry has been very irresponsible. I mean, these are not packaging material for adults. These products, most of which are coming from the US, it's the worst situation I've ever seen. This is completely irresponsible. This fully justifies the attack by the regulators. These are photos I took. These are my pictures from a vape expo 2 or 3 years ago. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. There is no reason to have such packaging when you are targeting a smoker. Regulators, especially in the US, are fully justified when they say that some companies are targeting kids and are promoting electronic cigarettes to kids. That's the unfortunate truth. You need to understand that, and this is what you need to do when you create standards. You should have standards not only in safety, but packaging, labeling, and marketing and promotion. In 2014, in my blog, I wrote a comment that was March 15, 2014, with a question. The title was a question: is e-cigarette industry the biggest enemy of the e-cigarette today? I can use the same title today, 5 years ago, because all the omissions and the things that the industry had not done in 2014 are the same exact things that you're not doing today, in 2019. You are fragmented and disorganized completely. You are not addressing at all regulatory concerns. I'm addressing regulatory concerns myself as an independent scientist. I'm not working for anyone in the industry, more than what you do. And it's your responsibility to address the concerns, it's not mine. You are not doing almost anything to assess the safety of your products. You are doing almost nothing. That's the truth, for years, not only today. In the past, you have used inappropriate materials. I hope today it's different, but we're not even sure what's happening today. You have made very little investment on research in terms of safety. I'm not talking about R&D in developing new products. You are very good at developing new products almost every day. In some cases, huge failures. If I remember some top coil atomizers, CE4s or CE5s in 2012, 2013, they were big failures. Why? Because you marketed products without doing any testing on consumers or on safety. You need to create products that satisfy smokers. You know what that means? That you need to test the products with smokers before you release the product in the market. The products that we need are not shiny, well-crafted, and beautiful products. What we need is products that help smokers quit smoking. These are going to be the most successful products. There are no rules within the industry anywhere in the world. These are not China-specific. These refer to the global industry throughout the world. There are no rules and standards on marketing and advertisement, no comprehensive policy to prevent use by youth globally, and no expertise to discuss with the regulators. Okay, you're going to go to a meeting with the regulator. What are you going to suggest? If they ask something about safety, what are you going to tell them? You know, you are a businessman, and you are good at making business. You are not at all good at doing science. And that's not only for the e-cigarette industry. In every industry, consumer industry, beverage, food, anything you can imagine, you know, CEOs and businessmen run the companies, but they have a science team to deal with regulatory matters and with science safety issues. It's not the businessmen who are doing the science. The same should happen with you. I mean, that's the normal, everybody. The electronic cigarette is today the strongest competitor to tobacco cigarettes. And you need to avoid over-restrictive regulations because you're just going to compromise the potential of the electronic cigarette. And we don't want it from a public health perspective, you don't want that from a business perspective. So, I'm concluding 2 or 3 more slides. Electronic cigarettes are very low-risk products. In fact, you have been very lucky that without doing any research on safety, there have been almost no issues with electronic cigarettes because the nature of the product is a very safe product. It's probably even more than 95% risk reduction compared to smoking. They appear to be very effective smoking cessation aids because they are also very popular among smokers, and they cost nothing to the government. Instead, they create revenues for governments. The e-cigarette used by youth It is growing, but it is mostly experimental and mostly confined to kids who have smoked in the past. But you need to convincingly ensure that products are not targeting youth. You can't have the packaging material that I showed previously. There is no case of any country in the world where e-cigarette use has caused an increase in smoking. Instead, we are seeing strong reductions in smoking rates everywhere, even among kids. And as I said, electronic cigarettes are the strongest competitor to tobacco cigarettes. The industry should become responsible, not today, yesterday, 5 years ago. I mean, it's never too late, of course, and in that respect, I congratulate the initiatives that were announced today, but you have to act fast and you need to invest a lot for the lost time. You need to be organized, to work coordinated, to create a plan, a strategy, and to engage the proper people to do the work with the regulators in terms of science. You need to target smokers. Having a market of 1 billion potential customers is more than enough, not only for you, but for 10 times more companies than the companies we have today. It's more than enough. You don't need non-smokers, and if you try to target non-smokers, you're just going to commit suicide because the regulators are going to be all over you and they're going to cut your legs. There is no question asked. Industry should create rules, standards, marketing rules, and create a uniform strategy. You should get expertise in research on safety, on efficacy of the products, and on all other regulatory matters. Public health, and I'm a public health professional, I don't work for the industry, I don't own any stocks in the industry. We want a responsible industry, but we need an industry because without an industry, there's going to be no electronic cigarette. And people will just continue to smoke. And tobacco harm reduction in electronic cigarettes is a human rights issue. Because based on the WHO Ottawa Charter for Health Promotion in 1986, we should ensure people's access to information and to the tools that help them promote their health. And this is what the electronic cigarette is. It is a product that will promote the health of a smoker if they successfully manage to make the switch. Thank you very much.
好，谢谢。
So thank you so much, Dr. Constantinos Kasarinos. Thank you for your information and insights. So from your speech, we all know that the components, the composition and ingredients of e-cigarettes are non-toxic. So it is safer than traditional tobacco, and we must make the public aware of the safety of e-cigarettes.
非常感谢这一位来自希腊的国际著名心脏病博士及电子烟的研究专家为我们带来精彩的主题演讲。尊敬的各位来宾，亲爱的朋友们，当我们的论坛进行到这里的时候，我们也欣喜地看到中国电子商会会长王明会长也赶到我们本次论坛的现场，欢迎您。
Let's warmly welcome Mr. Wang Ming.
感谢王明会长给予大会和行业发展的鼎力的支持。好的，朋友们，我们继续为您带来行业专家和代表的专题演讲。我们要为您继续请出的是英国电子烟协会的会长 Dunne Director， 为我们带来电子烟在英国的成功经验与趋势，还有全球电子烟市场和机遇，以及对电子烟未来发展的期待等。
Let's warmly welcome Chairman of the Board of UKVIA Industry Association, John Dunne, to share his successful experience and trace of e-cigarettes in UK. Let's welcome.
有请。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests. I'd like to thank the association for bringing together some of the most influential people in this industry into one room today. This is a fantastic achievement. As Dr. Vasilinas said, the UK is an extremely important market, and I'll try and explain to you guys today why that is. But first of all, our members will tell you a little bit about our organisation.
It's really important to understand the thinking around the major issues that we face as an industry and how you can work together in order to find common solutions to common problems.
If we do want to shape the future of the industry, we do want to have a say in the regulations, and we do want to ensure that the vaping sector thrives over the coming years, the coming decades, is we have to be involved. If we're not involved, someone else is going to do it anyway.
The voice is stronger when you're all working together.
So as that one voice, I think we can do that.
Thank you to our members. So taking a look at a little bit about the UKVIA. The UKVIA is formed 3 years ago, and it represents the largest trade body in the UK. We represent 70% of the entire volume in only 32 members. These are extremely influential, large companies made up of brands, manufacturers, distributors, not only from the UK, but also here in China. Our work is really difficult to do because not only are we protecting our own industry, we're helping to protect the world, because all governments look at the UK as a positive force for vaping, but not all of them agree with what we do. So we work with our regulators to ensure that they are well informed about the vaping industry and that they rely on facts and not fiction. So one of the things that we do is, in our government, we have all-party parliamentary groups, which are groups of parliamentarians that come together on topics that interest them. The UKVIA runs these organisations for the MPs as the secretariat. So we influence what they are talking about, the topics that they want to discuss, and the experts that they will bring in to talk about those topics. So as the UKVIA, we have huge influence in government. An example of that was when the UK government looked to do a report on vaping. And I was able to give evidence before this committee on behalf of the UK industry. And of the 20 points of change that we wanted to see, 20 of those positive changes entered that report. That report then was given to the UK government as the roadmap for future regulations. Our UK forum, very similar to the event today, brings together experts from around the world to talk about topics that are relevant. These events are attended by our government officials, by our health departments, and by the national press, and get a lot of exposure all around the world. One of the challenges that we face in the UK is the government runs a very expensive stop smoking program called Stoptober. And although electronic cigarettes are featured in this, as brands, our members cannot use that logo or collateral or talk about Stoptober. So as an industry, we said that we will do it better. So with no government money, with funding just from our members, we started off a vaping awareness month called Vape. And all of our members contributed to this great event. So for the whole month of April, we talked about in the national press all about the positive things about vaping. 2 days before the event launched, I got a call from some parliamentarians that they wanted to launch it in the government offices. So as you see here in the picture, this is right outside the UK Parliament, and these are leading politicians in the UK. During this day, our government has a live broadcast of PM question time, where the Prime Minister has to talk about the policies that he's putting in place. 2 MPs stood up and congratulated the UKVIA on this positive thing that they were doing for vaping. That had over 7 million views on that one program. Fantastic achievement. So not only did we do it in 2018, but 2019 we made it bigger. We now started branching vape roll out to other countries, and Ireland, New Zealand, South Africa all ran with this program. To make it even bigger, we took over a building in the most prestigious area of London, in Covent Garden, and branded it for vape roll, and encouraged smokers and the press and the general public to come in and try our members' products. It was an extremely successful program. If you take a look, we had over 323,000 post impressions just on this one program. And this year's is going to be even better. We see these pictures a little bit earlier on. This is one of our members that did this. This is UKVIA leadership in the field. Never before have vape shops been put inside of hospitals. And this is just a test. You will see much, much more of this. But this shows how important the UK industry is and the leadership it shows. Because every country can now show this and show their leaders how it should be done. As part of my job, it is to control what is being said in the media. So every day we get calls from media stations, not only in the UK, but in the US and around the world. So we have trained 10 of our members to be professional spokespeople, so that as an association, we can respond to any request anywhere in the country 24 hours a day for an interview. And this really sets the standard for the industry. Some of our priorities for the next 12 months is really around dealing with the misinformation that's coming out of other countries. Because the situation at the moment is our politicians are under extreme pressure from what's happening in the US and around the world. Because the media will say the US and the rest of the world has one story, the UK has another. Now they answer that question is why? And the big answer to that question is because we have a politician and a political system and a healthcare system that only deals on evidence. They don't deal on moral issues. They also differentiate greatly between the use of nicotine and smoking. Smoking is the enemy here, not the consumption of nicotine. So taking a look at our members, as I said, our organization is small in membership, but these are powerful companies. And there's a few names on there that you'll know that are in this room today. Relax, who have just joined our association, and our long-term board members, Smock and Inniken, who are extremely supportive of all our programs. In fact, Inniken ran a bus promotion on 500 buses in the centre of London to help promote this positive message. It was great leadership from Inniken in that respect. So taking a look at what's happening in the UK. Tobacco is in terminal decline. You can see in all parts of the UK, smoking rates are dropping. Consumer trends are changing and the costs of products are increasing. So people are looking for safer alternatives to do. We have 3.6 million people in the UK that are vaping, and that's up 12.5% since 2018. And that's 500% growth since 2011. But 60% of smokers want to quit smoking, and we still have over 7 million smokers in the UK. But the important thing to look at here is that 20% of smokers currently vape, with very, very little youth uptake in the UK. So why is that? Why has the US and other areas got problems we don't? The reason being is the government has a very positive message on vaping. Vaping is not seen as a cool thing to do. And in fact, in Action on Smoking and Health's latest study, only 1% of young people thought that vaping was cool. This is why we don't have such an issue. But that message is not the same around the world. So taking a look at where the opportunities are, especially for manufacturers like yourselves, you'll take a look here with open systems at 47.9%. And the current market is up 32%, and only disposables are in decline. But the dynamics are changing. Here you'll see representation of the different types of product that we're seeing in our marketplace and how much growth we're seeing in each sector. And as you can see, the closed system pods are a massive growth sector at up 200%. Well, there's new entrants to the markets, as you will see, heat not burn up 50%. But the older technology, the disposable e-cigarettes, are down 11.2%. So this is where you see your opportunities. And we've seen some wonderful pod devices here on show today. And here's why the pod devices are so important. And I'll explain what this graph means. This is the convenience and multiple retailer sector. This is the largest sector, but the least efficient in electronic cigarettes in the country. So all of the tobacco is sold through these stores. But if you look here, in that trade category, only 20% of the vaping market is done by those stores. Now in reality, that fair share of market should be 45%. So you can see here, this is a great growth area, and it's been pushed by pod systems, by closed systems, because these stores, the main issue is they have a lack of space, and they need a simple solution. They don't have the time, like a vape shop, to explain what's going on. So this is why pod systems are becoming so popular. So where is the industry for us in 2019? We do have some bad news. Vaping is still an ongoing perception problem. And this is one of the things that the UKVIA is really working against. And if you'll see here, from 2013 to 2018, the people who vape, that think vaping is as harmful or more harmful than smoking, has quadrupled from 7% to 25%. That's a massive increase, and this is a perception that we have to fix. We saw the evidence today that says this is not an issue, but people don't believe that. And people are really seeing all of these media reports, specifically coming out of the US, and we've seen in the recent months a big drop in business. In our small stores, they're seeing up to 50% decline. The only ones that are riding this out are our large chains, who've gone from about a 20% month-on-month increase down to single-digit increases. So this is a problem. However, it has been slowing. It's getting a little bit better, and that's because of the activities that the UKVIA and its members are funding. But there are reasons to be extremely cheerful in the UK. We have a thriving industry of over 3,000 vape stores. The vape stores are seen as being regenerating the high streets of the UK, and they're extremely profitable, they're extremely good employers. And the beige market intelligence suggests that the UK industry will be worth over £1 billion in the coming years. That's a phenomenal amount of money for such a small market. And the other positive news is the ASA, which is our advertising standards agency, has relaxed the laws somewhat around advertising. So our brands can now at least say that vaping is at least 95% safer. And this is something that we could not do prior to this. Some more reasons to be cheerful. As we've talked about, we have a huge following that's positive in our health system. So we have the Royal College of Physicians, we have Cancer Research UK, the Royal Society for Public Health, Action for Smoking and Health, and the British Society of Psychology, all positive about vaping. And the one thing that makes me very happy is even with all of this negative news, every day our regulators and our policymakers are on the media saying that they still feel that their 95% less harmful is a positive and real message, despite what's happening in other markets. And that's extremely important. So what have we been doing? We're extremely involved with politics. We meet with all of these prestigious departments on a regular basis, and they now see us as the information source for the industry. So we can really help them understand the future of regulations and how they might develop. So some of the things that we've been doing, we talked about positive things that we can change in our industry, and as our country and government goes through changes, we may no longer be part of the European Union. So this offers our government an opportunity to look at the Tobacco Products Directive and look at the pieces of that legislation that we feel are not fit for purpose. And some of the things that don't make sense are the 2 milliliter tanks. No reason for that. There's no scientific reason why we should be subjected to that. 10 ml bottles, right? The world has a single-use crisis around plastic. But we have a piece of legislation that's forcing manufacturers to stop using larger bottles and glass bottles that were recyclable and forcing them to create all of this single-use plastic. And this goes against everything that the UK government and the European governments stand for. So that doesn't make sense. Now, we talked earlier on about nicotine strengths, and we're capped at that 20 milligram level. Our government understands that that probably is not exactly where it needs to be. So we have suggested a 25 milligram to a 30 milligram for those smokers that smoke an awful lot of products, and they understand that. So these are the things that we can understand. We also want to remove the restrictions on advertising. And one of the reasons that we want to do that is, as I said, we have 7 million smokers. The problem is the majority of those are now an older age group. They're not influenced by Twitter or Facebook, which has been generally how our products are been marketed. So we're pushing to allow the use of press advertising. We want a set of pre-approved messages that our government will be happy for us to say about electronic cigarettes. And this will help our industry a lot. Because right now, the only people that can put anything into print is our association. But we had to fight that. And talking about that, this is what we did. Our members, when the US situation came about, said we have to protect our market. We have to protect this positive image. So one of the things that we did was we took out a national press campaign. Now that didn't happen easily. It took 3 weeks, 4 sets of lawyers, multiple meetings with the Advertising Standards Agency, because they told us we couldn't do it. On Wednesday, I gave an interview with the BBC on the understanding that this was going to launch on Friday. On my way to that meeting, I was told the ASA had again refused to allow us to do it. Only on Thursday night, with 3 hours to spare, did one newspaper step up and say, we will take it. The BBC put this on the morning news. I thought they would do one single piece on it. They did 5 minutes every 30 minutes from 6 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock in the morning, with 25 minutes of a presentation right in the middle, including all of my interview, Public Health England interview. Every single thing was positive. 6.8 million people saw that program that day. That's a powerful message. But it takes more than one day. This was an extremely expensive thing to do. So my team is putting together a plan for a 12-month campaign that will keep this message out in the public, keep this message in front of these consumers that are scared about vaping, and continue to tell them the positive message. So our members will be funding this, and we will be talking to our members about this plan very shortly. So some of our strategic objectives are reassuring smokers that vaping is a good option for them if they can't quit by other means. And give confidence to existing vapers that what the choice they have made is the right choice, and do not go back to smoking cigarettes. And heighten the understanding amongst the public and the public health community, and set the media agenda, not have the media set a narrative. So the vaping advertising that we'll do is all about protecting the interests of vapers and smokers looking to quit. This advertising will take place in print media, online, and television. And this is an example of Inigan and their bus. This was seen all over London on 500 buses. Very, very good. So thank you very much. That is my presentation.
So thank you so much, John Liu. Thank you, and I think everyone's totally impressed.
好的，谢谢英国电子烟协会会长 John Liu 先生为我们带来的精彩的演讲。好的，朋友们，时间来到这里，我们还有一个，应该说是2个温馨的提示。我们今天为各位准备了同声传译的设备。我们的设备呢分为2个频道，一频道是中文，第2频道是英文，请各位根据需要而选择频道。
So we have simultaneous interpreter on site. Channel 1 for Chinese and Channel 2 for English. You can set to your appropriate channel.
好，第2个温馨提示呢，根据深圳市人民政府控烟条例规定，禁止在室内的公共空间来抽烟，所以我们也请在座的各位要遵照执行。
So according to government restrictions of Shenzhen City, smoking is prohibited in public areas, so please don't smoke in the ballroom. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
好的，我们的演讲继续。接下来为您请出欧洲电子烟协会会长、德国电子烟协会会长 Dustin Dorman 为我们分享欧洲加德国市场现状、TPP 分析、政策法规走向及对制造商的建议。有请。
Let's welcome Dustin Dorman, President of Independent European Vape Alliance, to share European and Germany market status. Let's welcome.
有请。
Yeah, hello everybody, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I have to start with a few personal words. I would like to thank you all for being here today. I appreciate that we have the possibility to speak to you. You took so much care of us in the last days. When I have a look here in this room, I see many good business partners, but I just also see many good friends. Over all the years, we became much more than business partners. We became good friends. The great Chinese people gives us the possibilities to change the world with the help of an e-cigarette, and I would like to say thank you for that. Yeah, my name is Dustin Dorman. I'm the president and founder of the European Vaping Association. and I'm also the chairman of the German Vaping Association, BFTG. In my function as a chairman, I'm also a member of the German Standardization Committee and also the European one, CEN. My career in this industry started with founding the wholesale business in Germany. See, the company is called Inno6. With the European Association, we managed within 1 year to set up the team, the best team I can imagine. Most of them have already more than or almost 10 years of experience in the industry. Our vision is that we unite companies in the vaping sector which are independent from the tobacco industry and provide them with news and with a means of responsible representation. For that, we work on standards. We think it's a good thing to create standards with the help from our Chinese friends instead of waiting for standards. We talk to politicians and want to make them know how great the e-cigarette is and what we can achieve together. We also do communication and let the media know so that the population all over Europe knows which advantages the e-cigarette has for them. This is a map I drafted before I arrived in China. We managed to get on board many members in Europe and also companies from the US already. We covered almost whole Europe. Every existing association is a part of our European association. But in the last days, it was incredible. I met so many friends, as I told you, and I received an unbelievable support from you guys on help with our association. We had agreed with Smog that they help us. We agreed with Geekway that they help us. Aspire, Juvel, and also Wupu showed us that we can count on you in these difficult times we are facing now. We have, as I say, many European associations on board. We have the one from Ireland, from Greece. We also have the association from Italy on board. And I'm proud to say that we also have another German association as a supporter and as a part of our European association. We are facing a lot of challenges, huge challenges, within the next years. There is the TPD3 coming. We are facing at the moment unbelievable bad news. We talked about that already. It's about the anti-vaping news, about the diseases from the US that has nothing to do with the e-cigarette. It is about illegal drugs that were sold on the street. In the next years, this discussion already started. The European Union is talking, as also member states are doing, about exercise duties. It was explained why that would be very harmful for the whole industry. There are also discussions at some levels about banning some flavors. With our association, we fight against that. We're doing consultations, we talk to the media, and we go to conferences to express our opinion. Our European alliance should bring a lot of benefits to all of you, to all of us, to the whole industry. We give you, as our reliable partners, first-hand information about standardization processes that are going on worldwide, but especially in Europe. We are doing media coverage. We give you market insights about the e-cigarette industry in Europe, updates about companies, and we want that you become an influencer in the European market with your votes in the General Assembly of our association. We're also doing networking and events. You can show your support and solidarity when you are being part of this association, and you should let your customers know that you are part of it, which with doing this logo on your website. Let me explain what happened in the last months with some numbers as an example from Germany. These were the increase rates in the last years and the one that we expected for next years in this summer. we asked our members that they should give us an idea of what they think the market will look like. In the last years, we had already a lot of enemies, a lot of people fighting against e-cigarette, but we managed to get very, very nice increasing rates from year to year. The situation now is totally different. Almost 90% of the businesses are complaining that say that they are suffering from negative media. More than half of the companies in Germany have a loss, a drop from 30 to 40%, almost 20% have more than 50% of loss. This is a chart I normally also like to show you, because in the past, a slide like that showed increasing numbers of the single markets in Europe. But this time I have sad news. This happened in the last months after we see the bad media all over Europe. You see Spain has a 50% loss, Germany, as I said, 30 to 40% loss. That's the current situation we are facing. The reason is the bad media. When people get told everywhere, on TV, on radio, in the newspapers, that e-cigarettes are maybe, or people think that e-cigarettes kill them because of this wrong interpretation of what happened in the US. With our German association, we started a big campaign on this matter. It's the biggest out-of-home campaign in Europe that we ever see. It is financed, for example, from the company Innosix with more than 100,000 euros, but there are also additional contributions we received from companies to fund that. And what we do is we have created a website with the truth about what happened, about facts, how your life can be better with the help of an e-cigarette when you are a smoker. We have awareness folder, and we also send poster to every vaping shop in Germany. That is how the big billboard looks like. Our problem at the moment is not that we have to explain that e-cigarettes are 95% less harmful than the tobacco cigarette. At the moment, we have to tell them that they don't die from the e-cigarette. In this moment, or in this week, there will be shown billboards like that in more than 100 cities in all German-speaking countries in Europe. We also agreed with Professor Dr. Bernd Meyer from the University of Graz that he will help us to create a TV spot, and we are looking forward to show this TV spot in all media in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and to explain to people that they do not have to be afraid of the e-cigarette. We already covered a lot of media with our campaign, but of course there have to be a lot more to come. As I said in my introduction, you have the greatest invitation what I can imagine with the e-cigarette. It's unbelievable what you did and how you support us in Europe. Again, thank you for that, thank you for listening to me, and let's go on with our friendship.
So thank you so much.
好，谢谢来自欧洲电子烟协会会长 Dustin Norman 先生为我们带来精彩的演讲。
So thank you so much for the speech of Mr. Dustin Norman.
接下来我们要继续为您请出的是美国电子烟协会会长 Tony Abu 为我们带来美国市场现状、口味精烟的油禁令及美国 FDA 相关政策的演讲。
Let's warmly welcome Tony Abu, Vapor Technology Executive Director of Association, to introduce U.S. market status. Let's welcome.
Thank you very much. As you heard, my name is Tony Abboud. I'm the Executive Director of the Vapor Technology Association. To begin, I want to say thank you, not to all of you who are here, but also to the committee, to the Electronic Cigarette Industry Committee for the China Electronic Chamber of Commerce. What you have done today and this week in bringing together people from all over the world will make a difference for the future of this industry. So thank you very much. I would like to start by talking a little bit about the Vapor Technology Association and what is the VTA. We are, in the United States, the #1 trade association that represents all of the e-cigarette manufacturers, e-liquid manufacturers, wholesalers, suppliers, distributors, and retailers, all the way through the whole distribution chain. And we are very fortunate to be able to work on this important issue because we are pushing in the United States for regulations that will help the United States industry survive. We are very fortunate to have more than 1,200 members in the United States. And as you can see, we have some of the biggest distributors, in fact, the biggest distributors, as part of the Vapor Technology Association. And we have some of the biggest e-liquid brands in the world as part of the Vapor Technology Association. And these are just some of the many companies that have joined our efforts. But as importantly, if not more importantly, we are so proud to have so many Chinese member companies as part of VTA. Joytech was the first company that joined us, and S'more and Smoke and Inikin and Soren and UL and Aspire and Geekbake and Fupu and Freemax have all joined at the highest level for Vapor Technology Association. And we are very grateful for your support because it matters very much. And recently, S'more and Smoke have gone above and beyond and made even greater contributions and commitments to the fight in the United States. I would like to talk about what the Vapor Technology focuses on. We do 4 things. We have to lobby the government at the federal level, that's the national level. We have to lobby the governments at the state level, because we have 50 states in the United States. We must also do media. Media is very important, as you know. And finally, this year, we've had to file many lawsuits to defend the industry and to protect our ability to sell products in the United States. Basically, we are fighters, and we must defend America. And we do this by working at the federal level. So let me tell you a little bit about Washington, D.C. We lobby and work talking to people inside the White House, as well as the Secretary of Health and Human Services that is in charge of all of our regulations. And all of you know the FDA. We speak directly to the FDA about the regulations, encouraging them to make changes. But also, we have to lobby our Congress. Our Congress makes the laws in the United States, and because of that, we must make sure that they understand how important electronic cigarettes are to smokers who are desperately trying to quit smoking. This is the team of many lobbyists that we have working every single day in Washington to help defend our industry. And some of them have been with us for 5 years now. I want to go briefly and talk about the many things that VTA has done, just briefly. But one of the most significant victories that we had was in 2017 when the PMTA deadline got extended for 4 years. This was not easy. We worked and developed a strategy. We met with the White House. We met with the Secretary of Health and Human Services. And in July of 2017, we took over 100 people to Capitol Hill to talk to our lawmakers about the importance of changing the regulations. And it was that same month that the FDA granted the extension request. and pushed the deadline off for 4 more years. If that did not happen, nobody would be selling products in the United States now for at least a year, maybe more. So this extension saved the industry, at least for a period of time. And so we were very proud of this victory. Let me go to 2018. These are just a few of the accomplishments and the issues that we worked out in 2018. Most importantly, we started the year meeting with Commissioner Gottlieb. We were the only vapor trade association to meet with the new FDA commissioner. And we talked to him about 2 things that were very important. Number 1, we must make changes to PMTA. Number 2, we need our government to focus on bad marketing practices, because that was what BTA was focused on. We handed the commissioner our marketing standards in January of 2018, and we asked the commissioner to help us enforce marketing standards. Now, that year we also worked on a number of other things that are important to flavors. First, we collected all of the scientific literature on flavors. Are they helping smokers quit? Are they causing kids to start vaping? And we presented all of that science to the FDA in response to the FDA's flavor notice of proposed rulemaking. That year, if you remember, is when all the talk about tariffs started. So we were very aggressive at trying to push the tariffs back and get the administration to not impose the tariffs. And I testified before the United States Trade Representative, and actually you might have seen me on CCTV here when I got interviewed about that testimony and what we were trying to accomplish. But one of the things that we also did at the end of that year, in 2018, was we began our economic impact study, which I will talk about in 1 minute. And in December, we wrote to the FDA and said, you must extend the HPHC deadline, harmful and potentially harmful constituents, which is a very expensive testing protocol that the FDA was requiring. But they had not defined what it is that needed to be tested. In January of the following year, the FDA actually responded and they pushed off all of the HPHC requirements. Now, as you can see, from January to July of 2019 of this year, we were very busy also. We met on Capitol Hill more than 10 times. We met with the Vice President of the United States office. We met with the FDA again, talking about the importance of changes to the PMTA process. And we spoke at numerous important functions to make sure that the FDA understands our perspective. And finally, we met with the White House on the PMTA process also, and we completed that economic impact study that I mentioned. All of this is in just a few months. Now let me turn to that economic impact study because it becomes important for what we have done since then. And I will give you the overview of the U.S. vapor industry according to our economists. In the United States, we have the old cigarette and tobacco distribution system, where we have a manufacturer, the wholesaler, the distributor, and then the products are purchased at convenience stores and gas stations and other tobacco outlets. But today, with the vapor industry, we have a new industry. We have a new distribution scheme where we have our own manufacturers, we have vapor wholesalers, vapor distributors, and of course, vape shops. Now, vapor products are sold in convenience stores also, and gas stations. But a unique aspect of the United States industry is the vape shops. So I want to talk a little bit about why that is important. Our economic impact analysis shows these are the number of different companies in the United States. It's the first time that anybody has captured all of this information. So there are almost 14,000 vapor companies in the United States alone. And vape shops are an important component of that, because vape shops sell a wide variety of products. They sell open system devices, they sell closed system devices. They sell flavors of many varieties, e-liquids made in flavors of many varieties. And they sell them in stores that do not sell cigarettes or other tobacco products. And what we learned was there are 13,481 vape shops all across the United States of America. These are new businesses. And what our economists showed us, or told us, was that the United States has a very significant economic impact on the U.S. economy. Let me show you these numbers with some color. Our industry creates 166,000 jobs in the United States. And those jobs and those companies generate $7.9 billion in wages and benefits that are paid to those workers. So if you remove the vapor industry from the United States will lose all of this money and all of these wages. But what does that mean? The numbers get even bigger when you look at the total economic impact. So in the United States, we can tell our government today that the vapor industry generates $24.4 billion in total economic impact on the country. And in taxes alone, $15 billion. People are paying through the companies by purchasing the product, by hiring people. This is what we generate. So now we know, we have the numbers that says we are a big industry and a strong industry. Now, why is this important? I'll tell you. In August, things started to happen that were very bad. And if you look at vape shops alone, you can see that the jobs that are created by vape shop owners alone is 56,000 jobs. This is, again, an important segment of our industry. But in August, as I was just mentioning, we had to start doing something because we were confronted with a challenge like we have never seen before. And this is when our fight to save flavors kicked into high gear. You've heard already some of the stories about the vaping crisis and how illnesses and then deaths were being associated wrongly with our products. And then you heard stories of teens having lungs that were like a 70-year-old person. These stories were in the media every day for weeks and weeks. Because of these stories, things started to change rather quickly. And on September 9, 2019, Melania Trump, the First Lady of the United States, tweeted that she is deeply concerned about the growing epidemic of e-cigarette use. This was a very high-profile event. But this was closely followed on September 11th, when the President of the United States announced that he was going to ban all flavors. They said they were going to sweep e-cigarettes flavors from the marketplace. This was a difficult day for us. This was a difficult day for everybody. For me personally, we had to do some serious and very quick reflection and thinking about what we were going to do. Was the industry over? Is this it? Because Dr. Farsalinos is correct. Without flavors, we do not have an industry in the United States. Well, we decided that we could not go away and we could not give up. So when you get punched, you punch back. And the good news is we had been building VTA just for this moment. We were ready to counterpunch. The very next day, our stories started getting tracked in the media. And we were being quoted in the media about the importance and about what was really going on with black market THC products. I want you to pay attention. From September 11, I want to walk you through what happened for the next 60 days, from September 11 to November 11. First, we started getting our message out. On the next day, Friday the 13th, I was on national television talking about the importance of this industry. Let's listen.
And because your viewers are business oriented, it is important to know how big this market is and what does it mean to public health. The fact of the matter is that we did a study, and there are almost 14,000 vapor companies in the United States. Almost 12,000 of those are retail vape shops, oftentimes mom and pop shops, and they sell a wide variety and a diverse product range of flavored vapor products to adult smokers. You take those flavors off of the market precipitously, and what will happen is those shops will shut down. We're talking about a total economic impact of 166,000 jobs, 70,000 of which are direct retail jobs. You take those products out of the market, there is no business model for people just selling a tobacco flavor. And the real harm here is the fact that those consumers that are buying those products from them will have two options, both bad and worse. The first option is that they go back to smoking. And that's not what we're saying, it's what the FDA said in open court in June. What they said in court was that dramatically and precipitously removing vapor products from the market will lead to an increase in smoking. And the worst case is that it leads to more black market problems, because that is what the American consumers have said they will do. They'll go to smoking or go back to the black market.
So these are 3 points that we made repeatedly. Jobs, the black market, and people making the product themselves. The next day, or later that night, the President of the United States tweeted, "While I like vaping as the alternative to cigarettes, we need to make sure this alternative is safe." This was a very important message, because it said all of a sudden the President's thinking is slightly different. And we said, we fully agree, Mr. President. We want vaping products as an alternative to cigarettes, and we want them to be safe. The next couple days, September 16 and 17, VTA had 300 people attend our national conference in Washington, D.C., where we covered every issue that is important to this industry. But even more importantly, on September 18, we took over 200 small business owners. These are all vape shop owners and small manufacturers to Capitol Hill to talk to our representatives. Less than 1 week after President Trump tweeted that he was going to remove flavors, we have 200 people on Capitol Hill talking about the importance of our products. This was a powerful day for our industry in the United States. But we knew we had to do more. So on September 25, we announced our policies for how to address all of the youth vaping problem in the United States. And we have a plan called 21 and Done. By raising the age to 21 and being done with bad marketing practices, such as the kinds of things that Dr. Farsalinos pointed out. No more cartoons, no more candy, on your packaging. We must be professional, and we will make it the law in the United States. But again, we had to do more. We needed to take the message directly to the president. And so, VTA decided we will immediately expand our team. And we hired some of the key political experts to help us prepare the right message, because we knew that we still had to do a lot of work. And our campaign that we rolled out over the next few weeks proved to be all the difference. And there are 4 parts to that campaign, and I would like to tell you about them right now. The first, on October 14th through 17th, we launched a digital campaign. President Trump was having a very large rally in Dallas, Texas. And there were people there, vapers, who were protesting, saying, "We vape, we vote." But what VTA did is we set up a new website, but only for this purpose, to run digital ads for every person on the president's campaign staff, and and even the president himself. When they were in Dallas, Texas, they saw our ad on their mobile phone. And it says, "Do not ban flavors." We had over 20,000 contacts go into the White House in 2 days because of this campaign. But more importantly, the president's team saw our ads directly. Now, October 17 through October 24, we went on national television. We created the industry's first TV advertisement to help change the mind of President Trump. So not only do we want to encourage President Trump, we wanted to make sure that he understood that flavors are important and that vaping is a safer alternative. So let's listen to the ad.
President Trump is keeping his promises. His new executive orders require government agencies follow the law. Despite President Trump's efforts, bureaucrats are considering a huge new overreach. They're considering banning flavored vapor. Vaping is at least 95% safer than smoking. But if the government bans flavored vapor, 150,000 jobs gone. Millions will resort to cigarettes or the black market. Banning flavors will imperil our health and our booming economy.
So, we hired the right team because these are experts that know how to speak to the president and know the policies and issues that he is concerned about. And so we crafted this message very carefully. But the next week, we did even more. We created a second television advertisement. And this one spoke directly to the President of the United States and explained from voters in a very important state that if he banned flavors, they cannot vote for him anymore.
President Trump, I voted for you in the last election. If you enact a flavor ban, I cannot support you any longer.
There are 545,000 registered voters in the state of Ohio that also vape.
And if vaping is banned, millions of Americans, your supporters, will go back to cigarettes.
Vaping is 95% safer than smoking.
If you enact a flavor ban, this will cost you the election.
I vape and I vote.
Vapor Technology Association is responsible for the content of this advertising.
So you hear the message. The message is very clear. You take away my flavors, I will not vote for you. But we wanted to make sure that the president and his team fully understood what was at stake here. So we hired one of the best polling companies in the country that also does work for the administration. And they did a survey or a poll of 4,600 adult vapers, and they came up with incredible data for us to use, all about how a flavor ban would affect whether people vote or how they would vote in the next election. This was the most significant answer of all. When asked if they oppose or support a flavor ban, 99%, almost everybody, said that they oppose a flavor ban. And this is the most important question, because here we ask the question very specifically: if the Trump administration bans flavors, would you vote for the president? And 74% said, I would be less likely to vote for the president. Now, we'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. But on October 27th, this was a typical day as well, because we learned that the FDA had sent the document over to the White House that says we are going to ban flavors. And we had to push back immediately. So, on October 28th, VTA and many of our allies who were working with us responded. We took our polling data and we put it in the hands of everybody within the administration that needed to understand it. And as the Wall Street Journal reported, the Vapor Technology Association data was given to everybody in the administration, and it showed why flavors are important to voters in these key states. And these are the numbers that show if Trump bans flavors, he will lose important states to his re-election. And by providing this data, we gave them a very clear indication of what needed to be done. So on November 4, November 5, we were in Washington, D.C. to talk with the White House about the flavor ban proposal. But then we heard all the meetings were canceled. Why were they canceled? We did not know at the time. But we had planned our only other option was to file our lawsuit. And we were ready to file the lawsuit if in fact, they went ahead with the flavor ban. But then on November 8th, the president got on national television and he said something very important. He said, we are going to look at all of the issues, but we are going to protect jobs. Jobs. That helps us. And then the following Monday, the president said, we will be meeting with representatives of the vaping industry. This was an incredibly important tweet because it said, we have gotten through to the President of the United States. And children's health and protection, together with jobs, will be our focus. So protecting the kids and protecting jobs. The next day, the New York Times reported once again how the poll that we had conducted impacted the president's thinking. And after this day, I was fortunate to come to China just last month and had a wonderful meeting that was hosted by the e-cigarette committee here. And after those important meetings, we found out that VTA was going to be meeting with the White House and with the president. So not only did we have a seat at the table, we were able to have a substantial impact on the discussion. This is a picture of the meeting at the White House on November 22. And as you can see, I was given a seat of honor directly across from the Secretary of Health and the President of the United States. So VTA could spend the entire meeting sharing our stories, sharing our information, and speaking directly to the President of the United States. And you can see that he was listening very carefully. So carefully, in fact, that when I was speaking about the impact of flavors on small businesses, he wanted to be very, very clear, a flavor ban, if that's how many jobs are at stake. He says that is big business. And President Trump likes big business. Also at the meeting, we talked about raising the age to 21. And the president asked me about that. And I said, we need to raise the age to 21 to protect kids. And he said, yes, I agree. But what's also important is the massive media campaign that VTA has waged in this last few months. We again had to hire a crisis communications firm because we needed to change what was being said in the media. And this was a very good firm, and I'm going to show you how they helped us. We had stories placed in the media, we had our viewpoint placed in the media on a whole variety of topics. And our message, a pro-vapor message, was being included in all of the major media outlets, even as the anti-vaping stories were being discussed. And if you look at the timeline, from the very beginning, what the President and the First Lady had to say, compared to what happened in only 2 months, it was a remarkable change of narrative. We also had opportunities to debate scientists on television.
Do you agree?
But I will continue in the interest of time. And even some of the major broadcasters noted how well we were defending our industry.
For the last 3 years. Okay, I mean, look, you're defending your industry and you're doing very well. I put it to you, though, that the problem here is these devices getting into the hands of youngsters and people putting other stuff into these devices. Supposing you were to make the vaping devices only available with a doctor's prescription, would you go for that?
Well, that is unfortunately not the regulatory realm that we are in. We are in a regulatory realm where this has been treated and deemed by this government as a tobacco product. And so the key is doing a number of the things that we have already outlined, an 11-point specific policy proposal.
But we all know that the problem in the United States is bigger than the United States. Because what happens in the United States changes the global market. As fear goes up in the United States, fear goes up in the rest of the world. And as sales go down, sales will also go down in the rest of the world. So for companies, and a few months ago and a year ago, some companies said, I don't worry about the US, I'll go ahead and sell all over the world. That's not the case anymore. That is why protecting the US market is so important to everyone. But the good news is that our strategy worked. The newspapers were reporting that the vaping ban was stopped because of the industry's lobbying push. And I will tell you, all of the big tobacco companies did not help. They walked away. It was only VTA and other vaping companies that were pushing the strategy that worked. But this is what we are up against, and this is very important for you all to see. Michael Bloomberg, the former mayor of New York City, is running for president of the United States, and he has a lot of money. He has $160 million that he wants to spend to put us out of business.
I'm curious why you say that the science says it's probably bad for you, because one of the more perplexing things about this whole issue is Public Health England, England's version of the CDC, they say that e-cigarettes are 95 to 98% safer than traditional cigarettes.
Yeah, well, so does Wilbur Ross. So, come on. I mean, let's get serious
England
here.
Wilbur Ross?
Okay.
Well, it's bad science, but
These two gentlemen are our #1 enemies. $160 million, and all they can say is it's bad science. They take all of the body of research and says it's just bad. This is what we are up against. They will spend all of this money to push us out. But we cannot stop fighting. Did we stop the flavor ban? I'm pretty sure we did. Things will need to change though, because that is not enough. We must push even harder. Starting in January, the states will come with new laws, and many of the states are going to try to ban flavors. We must stop that. We have been working at the state level all year for the last 3 years to stop flavor bans. But when our enemies get stronger and get louder, we must get louder. This is just an example of VTA working at the state level. And we have done incredible work. And this year we are going to be in 48 out of the 50 states with our team of lobbyists from all over the country. These are professionals who will defend this industry. Last year we spent $2 million on this effort. This year we will have to spend even more money to protect flavors and protect this industry. Fortunately, we have so many state associations, all the vape shops working together with us in promoting and defending our industry. But we have to be careful because the governors of these states also want to ban flavors. And some of them try to do that by themselves, just push flavors out. And what we needed to do with VTA is file lawsuits to keep those markets open. We filed a lawsuit in the state of New York. The flavor ban was stopped. The flavor ban was stopped in the state of Oregon, Montana, and Michigan. There are many other states where we are still working through the legal system to stop the flavor ban. And now briefly, I need to finish on PMTA because I know many of you are concerned about it. VTA is the only association that filed a lawsuit against the FDA to change the PMTA deadline. The judge is now looking at all of our papers and hopefully will be making a decision very soon. We are pushing the court to make a decision very soon. But we are asking that they set a new deadline, that they set a final rule before they make a deadline, so that we all can have clarity in what the process is going to be. But in addition, we have been working in Congress by delivering a letter signed by 1,400 small manufacturers to encourage Congress to help us change that PMTA process. In November, when we went to the White House, we put a letter from public health experts on the desk of the president. And just yesterday, or 2 days ago, we filed our second set of comments with the FDA that you will all be able to read, talking about how we need to have a phased-in approach to the PMTA process. Significant changes that will allow many more companies to participate and get through the process. And then in January, we are launching our next campaign. We know with the flavor ban campaign how to change the mind of the administration. We just did it. Now we need to do it again on PMTA and tell the president, you cannot shut down the entire industry. And because you do not want to shut down the entire industry, we must have changes to the PMTA process. So we will engage in a series of meetings as well as a new media campaign to make that happen. So in conclusion, our opponents are spending millions of dollars against us, and more and more and more is coming. VTA knows how to tell the story. We know how to argue, we know how to fight, and we know how to win. We just need the funding to make that happen. And with the support of the great companies from China and from around the United States that have joined our efforts, we will be able to make that happen. And we will continue to fight because the U.S. market is so important to this industry and to the rest of the world. And one thing I know very well is when we fight together, we will win together. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for all of your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abud. If we fight together, we will win together. Thank you so much for your speech.
非常感谢美国电子烟协会会长托尼·阿布先生为我们带来精彩的演讲。可以说，我们的本次的高峰论坛邀请了来自国际级的顶级的专家和我们的嘉宾，为大家带来精彩的演讲。所以，我们今天的演讲环节会拉长，但是这个对我们在座的各位来说是非常难得的。
So here today we are so honored to have so many experts, entrepreneurs from all over the world. So it is very real opportunity in our industry. So we are going to extend the meeting time.
从欧洲到美国，再到东南亚，让我们以全球视野来继续的聆听由马来西亚电子烟协会代表长隆杨为我们分享马来西亚市场的发展与政策解读的演讲。
Yeah, at this glorious moment, let's welcome the Malaysia Electronic Cigarette representative Chang Long Yap.
有请。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the CECC to invite us over here. Okay, so I won't take long of your time. Okay, let me explain what is Malaysia Vape Chamber of Commerce. First, there will be only one Chamber of Commerce in every industries. And the Chamber of Commerce is the bridging between government and the associations in dealing with activities or laws and everything. And we have 1,900 industry players as our members. Okay. Let me explain the situations in Malaysia. Malaysia, actually, there's rumors that vape are being banned, it's illegal, but actually it's not. Malaysia, for the vape, is actually legal, but with zero nicotine. We don't allow nicotine on it. So, I think many of you have been to Malaysia. You can see there's maybe 3 or 4 shops, vape shops in a row of shops. So we do not ban vape, but without nicotine only are allowed. So the rumors that the government is conducting raid, or the rumors the government is conducting confiscation of liquids, is because the shop sells the liquids with nicotines. So right now we are moving towards regulations that I can't say that we will regulate the nicotines, but there will be a new regulatory in the future. Okay, so first of all, like this is a report by Bursa Market. Bursa Market is a Malaysia Stock Exchange report. Okay, so it's quoted there. Government moved to prepare a new bill on the matters in the parliament. So that means there will be good news, maybe there will be legalized the nicotines in the vape. And then there's another like BAT, British American Tobacco British American Tobacco perhaps already wide in the markets in Malaysia. BAT and Philip Morris already in talk with us to enter the market. So the BAT already estimate the vape market is 2 billion in Malaysia. This 2 billion only is the report of the legal tender. As you know, a lot of the factories here do not really register or do not really register their import or export to the Malaysia market. And then vape market only makes up about 9% of the tobacco market in Malaysia. And the legal cigarettes only stand at 25%, which is mean that 66% market in Malaysia are illegal tobacco market. So there is a possibility for us to enforce this. And then you can see December 11, our Deputy Health Ministers already announced that approach to allow a no nicotine in all e-cigarettes sold. So this means the government is going to regulate this in the future, and probably maybe in the March Parliament meeting. So, according to the Kuala Lumpur Stock Exchange, the value of vape market in Malaysia has been estimated at 2 billion, and we believe that the number will be higher. And this is the latest event that we are doing, because you see, the government have to let the MBCC for us to prove that we can control the vape industry. But so we are going to launch this. Previously is called Control Vape. So this Control Vape is a move towards regulations, and the government wants to show that we can educate the public and the industry player. We are not going to sell to the minor, and we are not going to produce too high nicotine products. So this is all the newsletter content that we are trying to regulate this, and the government's announcement. So in Malaysia, we are trying to have a talk and dialogue with the government, and we have to support their policies, but not to protest against it. So this is all the proof that the job that we're doing. So for Malaysia Vape Chamber of Commerce, we have been a few roles that we can help. The first one is one of the most important is SIRIM, Standard and Industrial Research Institute of Malaysia. This is the body that is going to give accreditation or some tests on your products or device that come into Malaysia that is safe for use. So every product sold in the market, we have to get a certification from SIRIM. And then, of course, the Ministry of Home Affairs, which is immigration departments, we have our border security agency to ensure that no black market products coming in. And then, of course, the Ministry of Domestic Trade and Consumer Affairs, we are going to help in your property intellectuality. Because you see, when your technology or your products comes to Malaysia, it might get cloned or copied, or even the price, there will be a price war. So, my competition commission will be ensure that this won't be happening. And then, for the Malaysia website, this is what we're going to happen. So Malaysia is heading towards the regulations, which is vape control, and then Malaysia market is going to expand over the years, and right now is being reported 2 billion in a year, which is USD 484 million. Okay, and then there's 1 to 1.2 billion vapers in Malaysia. And then we have more than 5,000 industry players, which is we call it vape shops owners, brewers, e-juice manufacturers, and some dealers. And then it's the maybe 5th or 6th largest market in the world. And then we also is the perfect door to enter other markets, like Southeast Asia. When your products come to Malaysia, it will spread around the Southeast Asia. Countries like Indonesia, maybe, right? So, Middle East and African countries as well. And then we are offering one more service that is quite good, which is the Malaysian Halal certificate. Because Malaysian Halal certificate is being endorsed by the government, it's owned by the government, and it works well in the Middle East, okay? So, this is our chamber address, and if you're there, you can pay us a visit. Okay, thank you for having us here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yap.
好，谢谢来自马来西亚电子烟协会的 长隆亚布先生为我们带来的精彩的演讲。
So thank you so much. So also thank you so much for your patience. At this moment, even if our meeting time will extend, I have a very good news to forecast. Before the start of today's conference, Mr. Aboud told me he had prepared a dancing performance for tonight's welcome dinner, and we are so eager to see that. So I should say that, Mr. Aboud, if you don't dance tonight, I won't vote for you. Well.
我觉得你应该把这份欢乐带给我们现场的来宾一起来分享一下。
是的，今天我们有一个非常好的消息，就是虽然说大家在此时此刻可能因为我们的会议的时间延长在此时此刻要感谢大家的一份耐心，但是也要感谢大家在我们的共同的聆听之时收获的智慧。但是这里有一个非常好的消息，就是今天这样的一个美丽的晚上，我们准备了一个欢迎晚宴，而我们的 Mr. Aboud 先生他说今天晚上他准备跳舞，大家期待的话可以给他一点掌声。
今天可以说对在座的各位行业专家，我们的行业同仁来说，真的是机会非常难得，也可以更好的帮助我们对国际市场以及有关的政策来得到更多和更好的了解。那接下来我们要为您继续请出的是印尼的电子协会的秘书长，他就是艾比先生，他要为我们分享的就是印尼法律法规及印尼市场现状和走向的演讲。
So let's warmly welcome Mr. Ali Suharjadi, Secretary General of Personal Vaporizer Indonesia. Let's welcome.
有请。
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me and thank you for ECCC for inviting ECCVIA to this distinguished forum. Okay, I will try as fast as I can. This is a little bit saying yeah. So we have to work and do our best, and the result will come later. Yeah. I'm Eddie Supriyadi. I'm the Secretary General of ECCVIA, the biggest association in Indonesia. And I'm here to share, because last year I already come here and tell about our industry in Indonesia, and now I will tell you how the industry goes about in the year when we are becoming illegal. Okay, the industry the vape industry is known around 2013, because before that, actually it was introduced in 2009 as a small online shops, but really well known in 2013. So it is started as a community-based business, and in years becoming big and bigger, and during that time the business become more like an industry, and on 2014 ECCVIA was formed, and with the aim to legalize vape in Indonesia. So in 2018 the regulation was issued by the Ministry of Finance, by regulating like excise and taxes. So in the 18th of July, Ministry of Finance issued the regulation and put vape in other tobacco processing product category. And 1st October is the first day of the regulation started, and since October until September of 2019, the growth is very, very good. But yeah, as you all know, in September we got the news from the United States about many people are dying of vaping, And the big media, which is mostly owned by big tobacco company in Indonesia and big pharmacy, they they put a lot of bad publication about vaping. And as we all know, most people only read the headlines. They don't read the actual report or the actual things about what happened in the United States. Even when the CDC confirmed about the THC using vaping, the big media in Indonesia, they don't put it there out in for public to see or to hear. The economic side of our government is behind us, supporting us, but some of the part of the Ministry of Health, especially BPOM, it's kind of FDA from the United States, is still against vaping industry. Luckily, our new Ministry of Health is a revolutionary guy, and he promised to look into this problem with an open mind. And this is some of the campaign that we do to fight the bad publication and black campaign from big media. One of them is a hashtag Saya Pilih Vape. It means we do it in social media. It means that putting the consumer voice or the vapor voice that we have the right to choose the product that is less harmful than other the traditional cigarette. And that right is a basic human right. Thorax scan is also being done. Now it's already being done more than 10 cities all over Indonesia. We are doing thorax scans and cooperation with doctors who pro-vape and doing educational forum at the public places, introducing vape and post it to some media that willing to help us. I will show you the slide later. You know why we are being bothered or being black campaign by the other industry? Because we are disruptor. We disrupt many industry. For example, like tobacco company, like pharmacy industry, we disrupt them all. But we know the future cannot be avoided, and we are the agent of change. We bring the best solution for harm reduction in nicotine consumption. And we believe that we bring the best alternative for the present and even for the future. This is the slide. We do thorax scan, and we put it in, we call it a Ronson wall. We put it all over. It's a big wall, and to show the public that most of vapors that come from the smokers is gaining health improvement by vaping. And we need to tell the people of the world, that especially smokers, that the benefit of about the benefit of vape, and it all starts from all of us in this room. And the feedback from to our country, from what we have already given for this last year, the comparison growth between the quarter 3 of 2018 and quarter 3 of 2019 is about 375%, because this is the start when the excise begin, and this is the quarter of the 2019. We calculate it's about 375% growth. The excise and the tax value contributed by Indonesian vape industry from October to October 2019 this year It's around 350 billion RMB. And it's about 3 million active users in Indonesia, but it still small because compares around 80 million up to some say that this is more than 100 million. And the labor absorption from all education strata is around 50,000 people. So we create jobs, about 50,000 jobs. And this is the table compare data from 2018 to 2019. The retail shop from 4,000 becomes 5,000. Small importers and brewery growth around 5 to 10%. And the e-liquid production and sales growth around 30 to 40%. And what's next? Our plan is making local resources for vape industry, not just nicotine, flavoring and derivative industries. We are aiming now for making nicotine liquid because we know that the tobacco farmers in Indonesia are quite a big concern in Indonesia's government. So we are trying to make use for other tobacco leaves that not being used by tobacco industry are being used for e-liquid production. This is some of the samples, and one of the company in locals are doing it, and maybe they will launch it in next year. And I would like to invite all Chinese manufacturers to come and invest in Indonesia because of foreign investment rules has been simplified in such a way by our President Mr. Jokowi to open opportunity to all countries all over the world who intend to invest. That means that if there's investment in vape industry, our position and bargaining power are even bigger and stronger. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Mr. Adi Sprijadi. Thank you.
好，谢谢来自印尼电子协会的 ID 秘书长为我们带来的分享。那接下来的时间，我们要继续为您请出的是法国的一位电子烟专家，他就是周真一先生。他为我们分享的主题是法国电子烟行业发展概况。
So let's warmly welcome Mr. Zach Zhou, a French e-cigarette expert, to share with the audience.
有请。
Greetings everyone. I'd like to first say a few words in Chinese, and believe it or not, I do also have a French accent when I'm speaking Chinese. 你好，大家，我是法国华裔烟草店的老板。Now let's resume in English. I am Zed, a French tobacconist specialized in tobacco harm reduction products, and my main goal in France is to raise awareness among people about vaping. And to do so, I'm trying to persuade other tobacco shops to do what I did, switching from a cigarette-based business to a vaping-based one. This is the current French market. 60% of the market is represented by vape shops, 30% by internet, and 10% by tobacconists. While the market has been growing steadily, it has been changed a little bit during recent years, especially because of the rise of popularity of vaping, and I've seen various players among across all boards investing more and more money into the vaping market. Last year, Juul entered the French market in December, and while it has made quite a mitigated success, it has pushed the other actors to respond. So we have seen vape brands, historic vape brands propose offer more pod system, easier use of e-cigs. And at the same time, tobacco companies have pushed all of their product into the French market. For the vast majority, it's pod system, closed systems. And let me be very, very clear on that subject. Yes, tobacco companies are, investing in vaping, and I'd rather see those investments made into tobacco harm reduction than in combustible cigarettes. And lastly, tobacconists have made investment into their own businesses to cater to the market's needs, which means more space, more time for the consumers. That's why we've seen a 5% market growth for tobacconists in the last 2 years, and according to my projections, we will be seeing another 5% gain in 2020. This is the current state of affairs in France. Vaping has been classified as a commodity product, and rightfully so. Vaping is an alternative to smoking, which provides a 95% less harmful way to consume nicotine. And we're very lucky in France because for the vast majority of the scientific field, they support vaping as a smoking cessation tool. We have, for example, the National Academy of Medicine, who has published a paper just a few days ago about vaping as a tobacco harm reduction tool. The National Cancer Institute also have published various videos about the fact that when you vape, you eliminate the combustion, which is the main concern of providing tar. There is one actor, the biggest one maybe, the Ministry of Health. It has remained neutral on that subject. Why they have said in the last 2 years twice, but in a very short statement, that vaping is a tobacco harm reduction tool. It's not sufficient. For the most part, the Ministry of Health stays silent. The last part is the mainstream media. Unfortunately, especially due to recent events that happened in the States, we have seen headlines that are devastating for the general public. And I've read those articles. Most of the time, they are not that badly written, but the headlines, the harm was done. In France, fortunately, because vaping is a consumer product, its taxation is the same as the other products, like clothes, which has created an environment in which we have seen a steady growth year on year of the vaping market. From 2014 to 2018, Italy has been increasing taxation on vaping products. The result was very dramatic. We've seen a market that offered 4,000 vape shops in 2014. In France, there are only 2,700 shops, and this is the third biggest market in the world. And that number has dropped to its lowest point in 2018 at only 1,000 shops, resulting in a drop in value of 70%. Luckily for Europe and in the Italian, they have revised that position, and now they have cut down all the taxes that they have been added. Let's see now the impact of policy, and especially the position of the government. UK is the only government in the world that supports openly vaping as a tobacco harm reduction tool. France doesn't. And this number, the 73% number that I'm giving you, this is a recent number. It's from a poll that has been made this year September, a few months ago. 73% of the French population believe that vaping is at least as harmful as cigarettes. This is crazy. And we are talking about the third biggest market in the world. So there's still a lot of work to be done. And you can see that in the UK you have that support of the government, and you can see the difference in vapor smokers ratio. It's huge. Proportionally, the UK have 3 times the vapors that we have in France. And of course, price is very important, because we shouldn't put a price barrier towards vaping. It needs to be competitive, like Dr. Farsali said. And when you do a price hike without any alternative to smoking, this policy will show its limits, like it did in Australia. Australia has the most expensive pack of cigarettes in the world at 25 USD, which translates roughly to 167 RMB. And for the last years, the smoking prevalence has remained stagnant, while in the US or the UK, it has continued to drop. And also in France, there is a price hike going on right now, and there's going to be another 10% added to a pack of cigarettes by the end of 2020. But because we're in a somewhat favorable atmosphere in France that we can allow the market to grow, we are seeing a continuous drop of the smoking prevalence. Now let's see the potential impact of vaping, because this is everything. If we increase the number of vapors in France, we're going to have less smokers. And according to a study made by Pierre Klopp, who is an economist at the Sorbonne University, he did a study in which he found that the French healthcare system spends 2.5 times as much money as being brought by the tax paid by smokers. So if we cut down the number of smokers in France, we're gonna save the state money. And at the same time, I don't know if you have been following the French news recently, but a big part of my country is on strike right now, because the government wants to change the retirement policy. And whether I like it or not, or whether I wish it or not, we are going to see more 60 years old being a bigger part of the workforce in the coming years in France. So we need those people to be healthy. We need for them to be productive. And one way to achieve that is to lowering the smoking prevalence, which will result in better health care, because we're going to have more money for other diseases and more productivity. And France has been desperately trying to raise the purchasing power of its population, and vaping might be one of the better options to do that. And lastly, I wanted to conclude in a few words in Chinese, like I started in Chinese as well. 今天我非常骄傲在大陆，中国大陆代表法国的方法对于电子烟。我希望我的梦想是明天在国外介绍大家中国的榜样。Thank you, everyone.
Woo! Amazing performance. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Joe and Merci.
好，谢谢来自法国的电子烟专家周真一先生。那么在 接下来的时间呢，我们要继续为各位请出的是德国电子烟贸易协会的会长 Michael Dunne 先生，为我们分享德国电子烟市场发展趋势和监管政策的解读。
Let's welcome President of the ECCC Trade Association, Mr. Michael Dunne. Let's welcome.
有请。
Thank you very much for being here, for your patience. It's a long day. I won't take up much of your time, but thank you. Especially thank you for your very kind and generous invitation for this event, which is really important at the times we currently have. I'm Michael Dobreitz. I'm the president, the managing chairman of the German Vaping Trade Association, VDEH. And I will talk a bit about our association, but especially about the German market, the past, the present, and the future. We are the German industry's voice. We are a proud member of the European Independent Vaping Association, ECCC, but we concentrate on the German market because the national work needs to be done. We were founded in 2011, making us the oldest and biggest association in Germany for the vaping product, and with over 130 members. Here you see some of our valued members. We represent the whole supply chain, from the small retailer to the manufacturer to the industry to wholesalers. All major players of the market in Germany are members of our association and participate in making this industry work and being heard. What we do is we educate, we communicate, we advise and support. With the education being the most important thing right now, because regulation in Germany is not a problem, as it's not in the whole European Union. We are regulated. We have rules, and in Germany, among one of the strictest rules on the whole market, not only the TPD, we have product safety laws, we have recycling laws. Much more, someone who wants to participate in this market has to obey. And but this is not the problem. We are ahead of the countries that face this regulation problem right now. What we have to fight is the negative media and the disinformation that is currently on the market among the consumers. So we educate both the politics and the consumers and the media. We communicate by having press releases. We are an established body for both the press and the politicians in matters of vaping industry. We have a strong Facebook page. Many of our posts reach over 100,000 views, so we are being heard. And we also advise and support both our members and both in general, like with guidelines we have published to ensure compliance, but also on an individual level if you have concrete questions about compliance and regulations in Germany. We work closely together with both the European Association and the other German association, and for example, we agreed on rules for advertisement which is made by the industry, to make it less child appealing, to make it more responsible. As Dr. Fasalino said, there's no room for comics on e-juice bottles, and there's no need for that. And I don't believe even that the manufacturers want to appeal to children, but that's the image that is transported to the public, and that's also something, when I talk to politicians, is always put on the table. How do you not want to appeal to children if you are using products like this? So this is a sign of responsibility we are taking for the industry, and this is very important. Now a bit about the German vaping market. The past was, like in many other countries, that this whole industry was grassroots industry, built by small businesses, by the community, like in Indonesia, and not by big tobacco or by pharma. Big tobacco industry laughed about us when we started. The pharma industry didn't want us, but they didn't see us as a threat in the beginning, which changed now and leads to the situation we currently have. We started with the ego-style era, and there was a high curiosity among consumers about this new product, and they saw it works. But that was the first generation of products that really came into the market. And this very quickly in Germany developed into the, I call it, cloud chasing era, meaning the tanks got bigger, the power got bigger, the clouds got bigger, and people who in the beginning just wanted to quit smoking with a new product became fans of this then movement. They made it a hobby, and they wanted bigger devices, bigger clouds, and more flavors. This produced a lot of dedicated consumers buying everything new that was thrown on the market. This time is past, but it was an important time to give the industry a push to grow. Then people started to demand more. We had in the beginning single flavors, like just strawberry, just apple, just tobacco. This changed to more complex flavor profiles. The people demanded more than just that. And this is also what helped them to stick to the vaping and not go back to smoking. Shortly after that, the TPD came into place. The whole industry was frightened that it would cripple us. But today, we are really happy that we have those regulations, and we don't have to fight this fight again at this time, because this could kill the industry at the current moment. And the regulation in Germany, as I said before, is among the most strict ones in whole Europe. And even though we have these new rules, and no one wishes back the times without any rules and shady gray areas, we still got a very solid growth in the market of around 25% on average per year, which led us to today. Today we have a pretty different picture. The tobacco industry, who laughed at us at first, is now a major player in the market. And there are a lot of people who see the tobacco industry as a hazard to the vaping industry. But a lot of other people say it is a chance because they have the reach and the exposure of the product to bring them to the people we want to reach, the smokers, in the convenience stores, in the gas stations, in the tobacco stores. They can reach them there with their new products and make them become vapers. So this is rather a chance for the vaping market in Germany. What also changed, in the early stages we imported a lot of e-liquid, especially the complex flavor profiles from the US, from the UK. Our market was very single flavor minded. This changed. We built up a whole industry of e-juices in Germany with big and proud brands, which are very successful. But we also, and especially this year showed it, We made cooperations between Chinese and German companies. A very good example is the Brunhilde from Vapefly, or the Marto from Vape, or the Aspire Nautilus GT. This is where cooperations from Germany and China showed that we can have a really good success, better than any other market release of products, if companies cooperate, not just develop, put it on the market, and let it be sold by German companies. Talk before you put something on the market. And the other problem is the negative media. We have a coalition right now against vaping. It's not only the United States. This was just the beginning of what came. We have a sharp decline of sales because of negative media. Every single day there comes something new. And this leads to over 50% in Germany of people who think that vaping is at least as harmful as tobacco, and it's over 70% of smokers think that vaping is very harmful. So our objective now is, and this is the most important one, to make education campaigns like we did with that, with 500 billboards in 30 cities, to educate the public, to get rid of the misinformation, and to fight against the media disinformation campaigns. We have this strong opposition, which is highly funded by especially pharma industry, and we need to fight this one because we have still a huge potential with 14 million smokers in Germany, of which only 5% currently consider to try out vaping. Just to try out. So 95% of smokers think it's harmful anyway, so why should I try it out? This is what we need to change to get this potential on the road. What we also do, apart from education, is we need to establish a science panel, which we successfully did, because we as industry association are not the most trustworthy body to educate the public. Scientists are though. We need also a consumer advocacy, because the consumers need a voice in this debate too, and we just laid the groundwork for a professional, large consumer advocacy group in Germany. And what we need to consider is also legal action against both regulations, overreaching in regulation, and bad press, which has to be checked if we can do that. For you as industry, just 2 words, talk about market of first release and about cooperations you can do with German companies, German influencers, to have a good start on the German market, to copy the successes we had seen this year, and especially think about how to reach not only the vapers, but as Dr. Fasanino said, the smokers, which is still the biggest potential we have in growth for this industry. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bach.
好的，谢谢德国电子烟贸易协会的 Michael 会长为我们带来的精彩的分享。接下来我们要继续为您请出的是韩国电子烟协会会长张孝振先生，他将为我们带来韩国电子烟市场和政策分享的演讲。
Let's warmly welcome Jang Yong-jin, President of the Korea E-Cigarette Association.
한국 전자담배 현황에 대한 발표를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 세계적 전자담배 시장의 급성장과 함께 한국 전자담배 시장도 2013년 시작으로 최근 짧은 기간 동안 빠른 속도로 성장하였습니다. 국내 유통량의 변화에 관한 표를 보시면 2018년 한동안 정체 기간을 가졌지만 2019년 판매량이 급속도로 증가하였습니다. 이러한 성장 배경에는 2017년부터 시작된 줄기와 뿌리에서 추출된 니코틴으로 이루어진 액상 출시가 가장 큰 이유였습니다. 이처럼 줄기와 뿌리 니코틴 액상 판매가 급성장한 이유는 한국의 담배법과 관련이 있습니다. 현재 한국의 담배법에서는 담배의 잎에서 추출된 니코틴만을 담배로 정의하고 니코틴 세금을 부과하고 있습니다. 하지만 줄기와 뿌리에서 추출된 니코틴을 사용하는 전자담배 액상은 담배사업법상 담배로 분류되지 않아 세금을 부과하고 있지 않습니다. 이로 인해 정부에서는 줄기와 뿌리에서 추출된 니코틴도 담배로 포함하는 법안을 준비 중입니다. 현재 각 부처별로 전자담배에 관한 규제가 실행되고 있습니다. 우선 보건복지부는 정확한 근거 자료 없이 액상용 전자담배 사용 자제를 권고하였습니다. 그리고 관세청에서는 전자담배 액상 통관 기준을 강화하였습니다. 또한 니코틴이 포함되지 않은 향료조차 통관 기준이 강화되었습니다. 전자담배 업계는 아직 명확한 유해성이 입증되지 않은 상황에서 정부의 사용 권고 조치는 성급하다는 지적입니다. 기획재정부는 담배사업법 개정을 준비 중입니다. 줄기와 뿌리 니코틴을 기존 담배와 동일하게 정의하여 세금 또한 동일하게 적용하는 법안을 준비 중입니다. 정부의 담배사업법 개정안은 분명 부당한 세율 적용입니다. 주요 국가들과 비교해보면 현재의 세금은 굉장히 높은 수준입니다. 액상형 전자담배는 실제 함유된 니코틴에 대한 세율 조정이 필요합니다. 이러한 정부의 규제 및 문제들에 대하여 한국 전자담배업 종사자와 전자담배 사용자들이 분주히 대응하고 있습니다. 전자담배의 유해성에 대한 정확한 정보 전달과 정부의 잘못된 규제 방식에 대하여 대응하며 원만한 세금이 책정될 수 있도록 노력하고 있습니다. 현재 제일 큰 이슈인 세금 인상에 대하여 전자담배 업계는 단합으로 총연합회를 결성하였고 각 협회의 지도부와 비상대책위원회를 구성하여 언론 기자와 정부 부처와의 만남을 통해 올해 담배사업법 통과는 저지하였으나 내년 전자담배에 대한 정부 규제가 더욱 심해질 것으로 예상됩니다. 하지만 분명한 것은 세계적 전자담배 시장의 성장과 함께 한국 전자담배 시장도 성장한다는 것입니다. 국제적 전자담배의 침체기 또한 오늘 컨퍼런스를 통해 더욱 시장이 성장할 수 있는 기회가 되길 바랍니다. 마지막으로 각국 대표님들께 많은 관심과 응원 부탁드립니다. 이상으로 한국 전자담배 현황에 대한 발표를 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you so much. 非常的感谢他的精彩分享，感谢我们的会长 Mr. Jin 精彩的分享，给我们带来了韩国市场的政策的一览。
本次论坛大会可以说邀请到了来自众多国家行业协会的会长，还有专家代表，他们的纷纷莅临也彰显了我们本次论坛大会巨大的影响力和号召力。那接下来的时间，我们将马上为您带来的是论坛对话的环节。我们本次对话的主题就是公共健康与安全规范发展与监管。
So, ladies and gentlemen, in order to exchange thoughts and open up to ideas, let's move on to today's panel. And the topic is about public health and safety, regulation and supervision.
接下来我们要把麦克风要传递给我们对话环节的这一位主持人，那就是行业专家王兴松，有请。
Let's welcome the expert expert of the industry and also the host of the panel, Mr. Wang Xinzong.
同时呢，我们还要为您请出的是各位对话的专家嘉宾，他们分别是
美国电子烟协会执行董事 Tony Abboud， 英国电子烟协会董事会主席 John Dew， 欧洲电子烟协会会长、德国电子烟协会会长 Dustin Gelman。
我们还要同时有请中国电子商会电子烟行业委员会常务副会长、恒信科技董事长姚继德，中国电子商会电子烟行业委员会副会长、悦客品牌国际事务总监武文豪。有请各位，
掌声有请。
好，有请我们的对话主持人王兴松先生，有请。
Good afternoon. I'm Wang Xinsong. I'm a scholar from Beijing Normal University. I've been following the vaping industry in China for a while as part of my research interests. So it's quite an honor to be able to host this panel. In the previous session, we've been hearing speeches given by distinguished speakers, and we've learned a great deal about the status quo of the vaping industry across the world and policies. In this session, we're going to engage in a dialogue, and we're going to focus on one issue that concerns the stakeholders in the industry, and that issue is regulation. And we've heard some interesting stories about counterpunch and challenges and success. I prepared quite a few questions, but due to time constraint, I'm just going to throw out one question. And what do you think, and how do you think is it sustainable to defend the industry against the ongoing and upcoming challenges from the government agencies and from the social sphere? And if you have 3 minutes and you can only deliver one message, what do you think is the most needed strategy to help develop a healthy vaping industry that incentivizes the producers and manufacturers and other stakeholders, but at the same time shares the social responsibility to take care of the public health issue, particularly for the adolescents? And due to time constraint, like I said, everyone would have just 3 minutes. Sorry about that. Why don't we start from the gentleman on my next left? Thank you.
大家好，我是中国电子商会电子烟行业协会的常务副会长，也是恒信集团的姚继德。今天在这里和大家和来自美国、英国，包括其他国家的东南亚的国家这些嘉宾来这里分享这个电子烟安全这个问题。电子烟发展到现在，从04年到现在，整整走过15个春秋。那么今年是19年，正好又面临的一个大的挑战。实际上，刚才特别是班外的这个专家，包括英国的、德国的这些嘉宾都做了很好的分析。那么我们电子烟既然走到现在，又面临这个问题，那么作为我们行业，作为我们是出口国，而且这个电子烟 是我们中国发明、创造、制造。那么，我想在这里跟大家分享的是，电子烟的发展是势在必得，是不可阻挡。但是呢，怎么来在这个逆境里面找到我们电子烟发展的出路，就是今天我们召开这个论坛的主题：安全和规范。所以，电子烟行业所有的从业人都有一个期盼，希望国家进行监管，但不是管死。为什么整个电子烟在全球的发展，我们可以看一下，有认真监管、有序国家发展的很好，比如英国和欧盟。整个国家的发展呢，在16年 TPD 实行以后，那么所有电子烟的生产、销售都按照规范来。所以在这一次大冲击的美国这个事件的冲击下，那么应该说还是一个平稳，能够保住一个市场。所以这个呢，就是说我们行业希望就是说，一要求监管，二我们从业人、电子烟人确实要自律，为我们产品的安全和这个规范一定要做出努力。这就是我想讲的。
Thank you, Mr. Yao. Mr. Liu, please.
I think I'll add to that. The electronic cigarette industry is probably the biggest public health prize that has ever been. We have the ability to save millions of lives. But this industry is grown by entrepreneurs, not by large companies. This is smokers talking to smokers. Companies like yours producing great devices, great e-liquids, and all of these manufacturers around the world doing the same thing. But this industry is now grown up. We need to be responsible, and that goes for everybody in the industry, from manufacturers to retailers to social media, media people. We all have a responsibility to do the right thing. We need to show regulators that we embrace reasonable regulation, because that is a good thing. It's a good thing for safety. It's a good thing for standards around the world, so the consumers can be happy that the product they're getting is safe. But I'm really happy that not one single person in the world has died from vaping nicotine-containing e-liquids. Not one. And we've been doing this for now 10, 15 years. So we do not have a problem. But we have a responsibility to do the right thing. This is my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Mr. Dunne, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I can tell something that from my personal experience, because I was also, like almost everybody here in the room, I think, a former smoker, and I started this e-cigarette thing in this industry after I switched from the combustible cigarette to e-cigarette. So what I want to say is I started this because of I was personal, and I am still personally convinced. It's hard to add something because you already mentioned so many things, but from my point of view it is very important that we use this crisis we see at the moment to now unite our voice in all the associations. We need everybody who's acting on this market in one of our associations, because we have to unite our voice and we have to raise money and therefore raise power to fight against our enemies. The second thing is, what I think is really important, we have to take care that everybody in the world, no matter if it's in the US, UK, Europe or in Asia, will stop producing products that are attractive for minors. We have to take care and we have to push everybody that creates products, liquids or whatever, that has an appeal that can be attractive for children, has to stop. This will harm us on the long run, and it's my call to action that we have to push these companies to stop. The third thing is, my last point, but the most important point, we cannot influence that pretty much, to be honest, but we need the help of the scientists. We know that the e-cigarette is just an advantage and brings lots of benefits to all who use this product. I experienced that by myself before I started this business, and we have to find more experts like Dr. Konstantinos all over the world, which help us to bring the truth to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunne. Mr. Wade, please.
Thank you. I feel like I should apologize and say I'm sorry for the United States, because all of the problems that people keep talking about are coming from the United States. So I'm sorry. However, we do have an amazing opportunity. And the reason we have an amazing opportunity is because before 2 or 3 months ago, people talked about vaping a little bit. Now they're focused on vaping. And now we're focusing on what the real cause of the problem is. And the real cause of the problem, we know, are the black market THC products, not our products that contain nicotine. This message we have been focused on, and now that the CDC is finally speaking clearly, or more clearly, it will help us to make it clear in the United States media what the truth is. Why that is important is because the media has been reporting that our products were part of the problem. And now we have to force them to acknowledge the opposite. We have to force them to change the narrative with us. And we are going to do that, but that is part of the campaign that we have to take forward. So we have an opportunity because there is so much attention being paid to the vaping industry right now. And if we have the resources to execute our campaign, then I think we will be successful in a way that we might not have been successful only 6 or 8 months ago. So that is number one, is all about messaging and making sure that we pivot and change the message from vaping being dangerous to vaping being safer and 95% safer than smoking. Now, another key factor I think that we have to be aware of is with the PMTA process in the United States. If we cannot make some rational changes to the process, it will dramatically affect the products that can be sold in the United States legally. We need to have a diverse group of products in the United States. We do not want to have products that are being sold illegally, because black markets are what cause bigger problems, and the government will then have to clamp down harder, as we're seeing in other parts of the world. So our job and our priority is to make changes to those policies, to make it clear that this industry can play a major role in improving the public health of our country and the public health of the world. We will not be able to do that, excuse me, without also addressing the issue of minors, as everybody has already talked about. And that is why we at PTA are going to continue to push our 11-point plan to eliminate access for the products, to eliminate the cartoons that everybody has talked about, to eliminate the manners in which these products are getting into the wrong hands. We can deal with this problem. We need to convince our lawmakers, which is what we are working on every day, to work with us and not against us. So those are our three biggest challenges coming into the future, and I believe we will be successful. I'm optimistic, and I will stay optimistic until we win.
Thank you, Mr. Abu. Next, we have Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, if you could speak a few words about yourself first.
那就先让我自我介绍一下。大家下午好，我是悦客科技的国际事务总监古文豪，很荣幸能够参与今天的论坛。接下来我就用英语说。Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jonathan Ng. I am the Global External Affairs Director for Relax Technology, which is the Vice Chair of the e-cigarettes division of the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for having us today. It's an honor to be among this distinguished panel. Our host spoke a bit about some of the challenges that is facing the industry today. I think there are numerous challenges, but the biggest challenge in my view is misinformation. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there, and we need, as an industry, to work together with regulators to break through the misinformation through hard evidence and solid science and research. Okay. I think it's also incumbent on us as industry players to ensure that we act and behave as responsibly as we can, and to operate in as compliant a manner as possible with regulations, any regulations that are passed by the government. And in terms of regulations, unfortunately, what we've seen from my experience in the international markets is there's still several markets where e-cigarettes and other tobacco products are just not regulated at the moment. Right? And I think it's important that we work together with regulators to pass those regulations. And I think there's some basic principles that those regulations need to adhere to. The first is that the regulations need to be evidence-based. They need to be risk proportionate, proportionate to the level of risk. Right? And they need to be distinct from combustible cigarettes. I think this is a point that Professor Pasquin has made earlier as well. They need to be distinct from combustible cigarettes so that we can convey accurately information about this category of products compared to cigarettes. Okay. I think there are three, in my mind, there are three main objectives to these regulations. The first is to switch adult smokers, and I repeat, adult smokers, to a better alternative. The second is to prevent misuse. Misuse in the form of minors using our products, as well as preventing people from using illicit products that they acquire in the streets and putting them into their devices, which I think has been the major cause of the lung-related illnesses in the US. And the third point, I think, in my mind, is that we need to ensure that only properly manufactured products that meet very high quality and reliability standards are allowed to be introduced into the market. I think those are my 2 points. In the interest of time, I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, and thank all for your points. And we're supposed to have a dialogue, but given the fact that we're way behind schedule, I think we have to end here. But I'd like to take liberty of being the host by saying that I really appreciate that the Chinese e-cigarette industry committee is hosting this event by gathering all the top representatives from the industry and from academia to talk about the status quo of the industry and to make suggestions and to, but I think more important than anything, to give people the spirit that we're not alone, you're not alone, that this industry is very promising. But at the same time, we're all on the same page in the fact that we have to take public health and other social responsibility into consideration while developing this industry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for offering this panel. Appreciate your participation.
好，谢谢我们的各位对话嘉宾，谢谢我们的对话主持人王新松先生，我们一起来合张影，好吗？来
Let's take a group photo together.
也让我们在2019国际电子烟高峰论坛里留下一个美好印记。
Yes, I really agree that you are not alone. We are in the same picture. So we fight together, we develop together, and The future is us.
OK，
Face to camera.
谢谢。
Thank you so much.
啊，一起来为中国乃至世界的电子烟行业的发展来点一个赞。
Thumbs up. Ooh. Thank you. Thank you so much.
所以在接下来的时间，让我们掌声欢迎中国电子商会会长王斌会长为我们本次论坛做重要讲话。
Let's welcome President of China Electronic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Wang Bin.
尊敬的各位来宾，尊敬的各位来自世界各地的电子烟行业协会的会长们，以及出席今天会议的所有代表们，大家晚上好。会议呢，今天可以说进行到尾声了。在这里呢，我也代表这个会议的主办单位中国电子商会呢，简单的谈一点我的意见。首先呢，给大家做个总结，就是这次会议，我们能够在这里请到了这么多国家电子烟的协会的会长，我相信这是全球第一次有这么多的电子烟行业的协会的负责人们聚集在这里。第二一个，我特别的听了这几个发达国家的电子烟的协会的这个发言，感触很深。我个人感觉到这些协会为他们国家的电子烟的发展做了很多工作。那么这一点，我们中国电子商会的电子烟的专业委员会还应该虚心的向他们学习。我想呢，电子烟在中国也是受到争议的一个行业。我听了刚才美国这个协会的主席讲的，他有一天遇到了困难。同样，我有个感受，在11月双十一之前，我们的电子烟行业呢也经过了那一天，因为那一天呢，我们国家的2个部门，烟草总局和市场监管总局发布了一个禁止向青少年销售电子烟和禁止互联网销售电子烟的一个通知。那么这个通知呢，确确实实顿时对我们的整个电子烟的行业呢是一个打击。这个打击呢，并不来自于这个通知，而来自于我们各地方政府过度执法。实际上来讲，这个通知是很正确的，但是到了地方执行呢，因为这个通知并没有说禁止电子烟的销售，只是说互联网的销售和青少年的销售是禁止的。那么但是呢，在我们的国家又刮起了一阵禁止电子烟销售的风，所以呢，给我们的行业带来了很大的打击。为此呢，我们中国电子商会电子烟专业委员会确实也做了一些工作我们分别给有关部门写了报告扭转这种局面。好在呢，有关的部门也是听取了我们的意见紧急的下达了也是在报纸上宣传了，就是电子烟的线下店并没有禁止，所以呢，止住了我们电子烟这个整个行业下滑这个趋势。为此呢，前不久我们工信部的部领导也专门听我们商会的汇报，在汇报的过程当中，也对于我们电子烟这个专委会的工作给予充分的肯定，同时也再三明确了电子烟在我们这个国家还是应该得到支持的。而且他也明确指出了，那么电子烟的管理其实应该分2个部分，一个部分除了这个烟油和烟弹以外，剩下的这个产品就是电子产品，而且是消费电子产品。 这个得到了我们部领导的肯定。那么将来我们的监管是不是要分开？我个人认为应该朝这个方向努力，因为电子烟这一部分呢，有一部分是烟油和烟弹，那么这个部分呢，我个人认为啊，它完全可以分开管理。如果你加了尼古丁，超过一定的量，可以按烟草管理；如果你加了保健品，对不起，你可以申请健字号，按照保健品的要求来标准来做。如果你加了甚至医疗方面的一些药品的话，那么你可以申请药监局来管理。我觉得应该把这个细化管理。我想呢，我们专委会将来向有关部门要提供这样的建议。而且互联网的销售，如果你仅仅是销电子产品这一块，不销烟油烟弹，应该在电子互联网上可以销售，因为互联网是完全可以销售电子产品的。当然，你这个如果涉及到尼古丁等等这些烟管理的这种烟油和烟弹的时候，那么互联网是可以不销售的啊。这是我个人的建议，我也希望我们的行业协会呢能够向政府有关部门提供这样的意见。这是我个人的一点看法。当然，我觉得更主要的是，我们行业协会呢应该做以下4项工作。我个人认为，第一，要迅速的建立我们自己的检测、评估的机构，因为现在来看，我们没有一个专门对电子烟的这个检测机构和评估机构，因为这个过程呢是非常专业的，可能是长期的。到底烟油这个电子烟对身体有多大的害处啊？我们要有专业的检测机构来提供报告。目前为止，我们已经跟这个部长报告了，部长完全支持我们这个建议啊，希望我们部科技司尽快的支持我们成立这样的检测机构啊，这是我认为下一步我们做的最重要的一个工作。第二一步，我们要建立自己的销售渠道。因为大家都清楚，过去电子烟在互联网上销售，那么线下呢，大部分依赖于这个烟草专卖店的销售、零售点销售。那么这次大家体会到了，啊，人家要一挺你，真的断了你的渠道。我希望我们行业协会要积极的支持我们的这个电子烟的生产企业，要建立自己的销售渠道。我们也有很多电子产品的零售店，大的零售集团，我们将来也可以推动他们来协助我们扩大我们自己的这个销售中心，啊，这是我第二个。第三个，我们行业协会要制定更加严格的标准，甚至是国际标准。我们有了这样的国际联盟，我们可以制定更严格的国际标准，啊，来保证我们吸烟者的健康和安全。啊，这是我谈的第三个。第四个，要充分的发挥行业协会的作用。这个大家看到了，我们今天这几个国家介绍了这个行业协会，它在他们国家都发挥了重要的作用。我希望我们中国的电子烟的行业协会也要发挥这个作用。而且这个作用当中呢，其中最重要的，我觉得有2点我们要细说。第一个，媒体的宣传非常的重要。我仔细听了他们所有的协会都在媒体宣传上花了非常大的功夫。在这方面，我们的电子烟专业委员会还有欠缺，大家应该统一思想，啊，拿出一部分资金来支持这个行业协会，在全面的在新闻宣传方面展开我们的宣传模式。其实在这之前呢，我已经跟人民日报的这个总编的谈过，他也支持啊。实际上我们也积极的，我就在上面跟他们谈交流，他们也愿意支持我们这个行业啊。那么第二一个就是行业协会要团结，特别是啊在面临一定的社会压力的时候，我们大家要团结一致啊，要克服啊一些过分的考虑自己利益的一些现象，因为整个行业不行了，你的个人企业同样也不行。 我希望大家呢，我们这个行业协会呢，要团结一致，共度难关，共同来做好社会上的宣传和对政府情况的反应。只有把这上面我提这4项工作做好，我相信中国的电子烟行业也一定会有更加大的发展。特别是今天在这次会议上，我看到了这么多关心电子行业企业的人来参会，也让我有很深的感受。我相信让我们共同努力电子烟的春天一定会到来。谢谢。
好，非常感谢王林会长，谢谢您为论坛做出的重要的总结，请您留步，王会长，请您留步，因为接下来还要请您为此次外国的演讲嘉宾进行一个授牌和致谢的仪式。好，我们要有请我们的各位演讲的外国嘉宾。
So here we have prepared a award ceremony for all of our foreign speakers, and let's warmly welcome. 有请 Mr. Constantinos Vasilinos. 有请 Mr. John Liu. 有请 Mr. Dustin Dallman. 有请 Mr. Tony Aboud. 有请 Mr. Chong Long Yap. 有请 Mr. Adi Safrijadi. 有请 Mr. Zhang Yongji. 有请 Mr. Zach Zhou. 有请 Mr. Michael Dobach.
好，有请我们的各位外国的专家，请移步舞台中间。同时有请中国电子商会王林会长为他们颁发致谢牌匾。
对挡住啊！走前一点，没事，走前一点吧。
So let's stand in a line.
好，再次感谢莅临本次论坛大会带给我们精彩演讲和分享的各位外国的专家，来自国际著名的心脏病博士及电子烟专家 Constantinos， 感谢英国电子烟协会的董事会主席 John Liu， 感谢欧洲电子烟协会会长、德国电子烟协会会长 Dustin Dallman， 感谢美国电子烟协会的执行董事 Tony Ang， 感谢马来西亚电子烟商会代表 Chong Long Yap， 好，感谢印尼电子烟协会的秘书长 Andy， 感谢韩国电子烟协会会长张孝振，法国电子烟专家周真一，还有德国电子烟贸易协会的会长 Michael Dobach， 再次掌声向他们表示感谢。
One more applause for all of our experts. Thank you so much. Thank you for your information and insights. And everyone's totally impressed. Thank you all.
好了，谢谢各位，请回座。
Thank you. You can take a seat downstairs. Thank you so much.
在今天的现场，我们还要递进一个重要的硕果，那就是世界电子烟公共健康与安全宣言的正式的发布，这也是我们本次发布会环节的一个重要的时刻。在这里，我们将有请我们中国电子商会电子烟行业委员会会长欧俊彪先生来邀请并陪同我们的各位启动嘉宾。
接下来，让我们有请 Mr. Tony Aboud、Mr. John Liu、Mr. Dustin Dallman and Zach Zhou, Mr. Michael Dobach, Mr. Adi Safrijadi, Mr. Chong Long Yap, and Mr. Zhang Yongji come onto the stage to participate us in this grand launching ceremony.
好，有请各位。
we just put one of our hand on the screen, and the people on the left side, please just put your left hand, and the people on the right side, you can put your right palm on the
左侧
screen.
的各位把左手放在我们的大屏幕上，右侧的各位嘉宾把右手放在我们的大屏幕上。是的，让我们一起面向前方。
So let's face to the camera. And everybody, please join us in this launching ceremony. And we will count down 5 seconds to launch today's grand ceremony.
这也是我们电子烟行业的共有的美好未来。我们跟着大屏幕来倒数迎接。5、4、3、2、1。 好，亲爱的朋友们，世界电子烟公共健康安全宣言在这里正式发布，有请各位一起合影。
Let's take a photo together to celebrate the World Electronic on Public Health and Safety of Electronic Cigarettes.
OK， 我们迎来了业界的一份共识。 我们要在这里向世界郑重地发出宣告：为了世界电子烟的公共健康与安全，我们携手前行，再创行业的美好前景。谢谢各位，请回座。朋友们，在这里，请允许我们正式的来为您 宣布世界电子烟公共健康安全宣言。
So, this is the World Declaration on Public Health and Safety of Electronic Cigarettes.
对啊，这是我的。
朋友们，让我们一起看着大屏幕来共同的感受这份宣言。作为电子烟行业的商协会组织，从业企业，我们不断要为用户提供新一代的消费体验，我们还对提升电子烟的公共健康与安全负有责任和使命。
So, as the Electronic Cigarette Industry Associations and enterprises, we should not only provide the most technologically advanced vaping products that ensure consumers the best experience possible, but also take on the responsibility to improve public health and the safety of the electronic cigarettes.
我们认识到用户的健康安全是电子烟行业发展的最根本动力。 加大产品健康性、安全性的研发，加强生产过程的监控，完善产品的质量检测，规范市场的营销行为，使电子烟变得更健康、更安全，是我们的不懈追求和使命。杜绝未成年人使用电子烟，也是我们的一致行动。
So we recognize that the health and safety of users is the most fundamental driving force for the development of a responsible e-cigarette industry. It is our goal to strengthen the research and development process with a keen focus on product safety, implement robust monitoring during the production process, improve product quality testing, encourage responsible marketing practices so as to make e-cigarettes healthier and safer.
为人类持续健康繁荣发展，我们达成共识。我们将探讨成立世界电子烟联盟，制定国际通用规则，搭建交流合作桥梁，以科学研究为基地，制造更高品质的产品，建立更有效的市场秩序。 同时，我们呼吁全行业所有机构及个人共同参与电子烟公共健康安全。
For the sustainable, healthy, and prosperous development of human beings, we have reached a consensus that we will plan to build a World E-Cigarette Alliance that will help formulate common international rules, share best practices, and create a platform for cooperation and scientific research. We believe this cooperation will allow us to manufacture higher quality products based on the latest scientific research and establish a more stable marketplace. We call on all organizations and individuals across the industry to participate in this e-cigarette public health and safety initiative.
这就是世界电子烟公共健康安全的郑重宣言。亲爱的朋友们，随着我们的宣言的正式发布，我们今天为各位带来的所有的2019国际电子烟高峰论坛的部分就圆满的完成了。